closed session tonight, so I just wanted to come out and let you know that we are not going to be out for a little bit yet, okay? Thank you for your patience. As soon as Mr. Marzano hits the dais, I will reconvene. I have to have at least 3. I thank you for your patience. I appreciate that you are here and waiting. We all appreciate that you are here and waiting. Okay, we are reconvened. We are late. It is 7:13. We do have several items to report out. Item 4A, resolution to release of probationary employees for non-reelection. That was approved unanimously, 5-0. 4B, resolution to release temporary certificated employees was also approved unanimously, 5-0. Item 5A, item 5 is litigation related. Item A was approved unanimously, 5-0. Item B was also approved unanimously, 5-0. And the last item I have to report out, number 6, was case number 23/24-3 has been tabled by a vote of 3-2, and our 2 no votes were Mr. Crow and Mr. Whitaker. The board gave additional direction on that item, and it will be considered in the future when it comes back. Mr. Critchfield, are there any deletions or corrections?
No, there are not.
Thank you. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a large audience for our presentations and recognitions tonight. First presentation is Argonaut High School with Mrs. Hunkins. Okay, we're gonna have Pioneer Elementary and Mrs. Horn first. Welcome.
The high schoolers let the little kids go first, so we appreciate that. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Mr. Critchfield, and members of the Cabinet. It is my privilege and pleasure to represent Pioneer Elementary School this evening and to spotlight some of the amazing staff members of Pioneer. I'm sure you're all aware Pioneer is a very unique and special place, and it's the staff and community that create a wonderful learning environment for all of our students. First up, we'd like to honor Ray Hamlin. Ray is our intervention instructional aide. Ray joined Pioneer team this school year and immediately became an integral team member. In addition to his instructional aide role, Ray took on a very important role of before schoolyard supervision. Each morning, Ray can be seen greeting students at the gate during morning drop-off. For many of our Panthers, he is the first contact they have on campus every day. He sets the tone with a cheery good morning and makes sure all of the students feel welcome. Ray is a consummate utility player. Ray never says no. Whatever is asked of him, he's always happily jumping in and does what is needed. And we're very grateful to have him on our team.
Just a reminder that there will be photo opportunities, so don't run away.
Come on over. Next up, we'd like to honor Mrs. Kayla Reeder. Come on up. Mrs. Reeder is our 4th grade teacher, but that's not all. By the way, don't ask her, because she's going to ask you about History Day, so don't. She's also our student council advisor, Safe School Ambassadors advisor, leadership team member, and one of our talent show producers. Ms. Reeder is the first to volunteer for any activity. Her commitment to our school and all of our students stretches far beyond her classroom. She delights in creating opportunities in an environment where students feel safe, valued, and heard. She is an amazing teacher and constantly strives to find new ways to make learning relevant and fun for her students. Our Panthers would not have the opportunities for agency and leadership if it were not for Mrs. Reeder's enthusiasm and commitment. Finally, we would like to honor Ms. Stephanie Davis. Ms. Davis is our 5th grade teacher, as well as a member of the School Site Council, Leadership Team, MTSS Site Coach, member of the Joint Collaboration Committee, the ACTA Executive Council, representing the needs of upcountry students and teachers at the district level. Additionally, she has active roles in the CELP and STEM Strong grants. Ms. Davis brings 17 years of teaching experience to her roles at Pioneer. As a teacher and a parent, she has been a positive force in the Amador County School District for many years. Ms. Davis has the innate ability to connect with students through the relationships she forges with them. She's able to guide and encourage them to reach beyond their own comfort zones with their learning. She uses humor and compassion to connect with students, and they love to make her laugh. Ms. Davis has a very important role as the resident expert and keeper of institutional knowledge that provides a link between the present and the past at Pioneer. We're grateful for her contributions as they allow us to move forward in doing wonderful things for students while always honoring the work of those who came before us. Each and every member of Pioneer School plays a very important role in creating the magic that is Pioneer for all of our students every day. Thank you for allowing us a few minutes to showcase 3 of our amazing staff. Have a great night.
Okay, so is our educational options, Mr. Medlin, and adult education, Ms. Griffin.
We're going to go out of order here for you.
Perfect.
It's good to see you again, board. Thanks for having me up on this side of the room this time. I appreciate that. So I'm Matt Medlin, principal for educational options, and tonight both of our Challenge Coin recipients really capture what it means to be a part of the Ed Options team. Both wear many hats, they're team players, and both keep that students first attitude that we appreciate so much. So tonight I present Challenge Coins to 2 individuals for their caring and kindness and for putting students first, but also for their flexibility and providing exactly that as educational options. So our first recipient is Melinda Green. Ms. Green is a paraeducator at Options. She spends time supporting all students at both County Community School and Independence High School. To some, she is the mom on campus. She helps to make sure that their basic needs are met oftentimes, making sure that they get their breakfast and their lunch, making sure that they have warm clothes to wear, making sure they're getting their homework done and assignments and they're on task. She also can hold them accountable in such a way that is so caring, but also no nonsense. And we appreciate that about Ms. Green. They have just such a healthy relationship with Ms. Green as their paraeducator, someone that they can trust. So thank you, Ms. Green. And our second Challenge Coin recipient is Mr. Chris Scarberini. Mr. Garb is currently our social science teacher for Independence High School. He is a beloved teacher on campus. Oftentimes he is called to be the teacher in charge when I'm pulled away to a different meeting off-site. He runs a culinary program that kids just tackle each other to try to get into. They love that experience on their project days. You might also catch Mr. Garb on campus as his home away from home. He is oftentimes an adult ed teacher. And then on Saturdays, he's there proctoring the GED exam for our adult students too. So we're lucky to have both of these individuals just for everything that they do for Ed Options. So thank you.
Hello, I'm Diana Griffin. I am here representing Amador Adult Education. I am presenting this challenge coin to an enthusiastic and dynamic member of the adult education team. She's an integral part of adult ed, and things would not work as smoothly as they do if it were not for her. This wonderful person is our administrative assistant, Takara Shepard. I am giving this challenge coin to Takara because she has definitely risen to the challenge that is adult ed this year. We've had a lot of changes in adult education over the last few years, and she has taken on many responsibilities. In addition to her regular duties as an administrative assistant, she's taken over the marketing duties for adult education and is always looking for new ways to get the word out to the community. She takes the initiative to take part in every adult ed program and training so she knows what it entails so she can inform people when they inquire about our different programs. She supports the rest of the staff, including all of our part-time staff, with anything they may need to make the program successful. At Amador Adult Ed, we have many programs. We have high school diploma, GED prep, GED testing center, computer classes, jail program, instructional assistant training, ESL, play care for ESL, citizenship, and we also attend community events like Celebrate Our Children, First 5 community events, and others as they come up. We partner with other community organizations like the County Library, Victory Village, Motherlode Job Training Agency, Columbia College, and many others. There are many hats in adult education, and Takara wears them well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for making those presentations. We love to see our exceptional employees. Of course, we appreciate all of our staff at all of our campuses for the work they do day to day.
Ms. Burns, we have to do Argonaut.
Oh, see, I'm at the end of my,
I know, sorry. We kind of messed you up. Totally our fault.
it's okay.
All right. Hello, board.
Now I get to give my spiel again.
Okay,
Okay.
love it. Hello, Board President Burns, board members, student representative, and cabinet members. My name is Kelly Hunkins. I'm the principal at Argonaut High School. Really appreciate being here tonight. Thank you for having me. We'd like to share with you some fantastic people who deserve to be recognized not only for what they do, but also for who they are. This is literally one of my favorite things to do, and at the same time, one of the hardest things to do. To try to pick a few from the many is a challenge. I've decided that this thing called the Coin Challenge is a challenge because it is hard to select the staff who deserve this award the most. I could have picked any one of the 7 people who were selected last year, including especially the person who keeps our campus going, Monty Wright. I could have chosen one or many of the people who visit our campus every day, like Dennis Nelson, Charlie Foyle, or the dream team of Megan Harris, Teresa Davis, and Anna Swimley. I feel so much gratitude for the amazing people I get to work with. Each gives more than they have in order to make sure students have enough. And that is the theme of this year's selection for this year's Challenge Coin Award. The first one is not here tonight because he's helping his son learn how to play the piano. His name is Matt Goff, and yeah, yep. Sorry, they won't be that rowdy always, but he's a great teacher and students respect him. He teaches AP courses, scholarship English, takes care of seniors in senior English. He teaches more than English to students. He teaches them to think, analyze, and write, and also supports kids with lessons in SEL. Matt was the originator of Karaoke Friday, a campus favorite, and he supports all student activities by showing up at games, performances, club fundraisers. For a long time, Matt has been the resident expert coordinating and writing the last 4 WASC reports, and he's a site CASP coordinator, a mentor teacher, an instructional coach on campus, and in his spare time, he also fixes the sink in the kitchen. I'm kidding. Matt Goff just does it all and does it all well. So Matt Goff will be getting his coin tomorrow. All right, Matt Goff. All right, Robin Yelnick, come on down. If you don't know Robin Yelnick, you should. She is an instructional aide in the special ed department at Argonaut High School. She is such an important part of what we do. She supports student learning while they are in college prep courses. She also works with small group instruction and is the resident math expert. She helps students in the process of writing and encourages them to do more than they thought they were capable of. Often, teachers can be found rochambeauing for having her in class, and I'm not kidding. Like, who gets Robin? I do, right? She's amazing. Everyone loves her. Students respect her, and we couldn't do what we do without her. Very important. Robin, thank you. The next award recipient is Michael Garcia. Mr. Garcia is the culinary teacher at Argonaut High School. He is one of the most positive people I've ever worked with. He's like the Pied Piper with students. Everywhere he goes, he has a following. He supervises FCCLA events, runs a catering company out of his classroom, fixes meals and treats whenever there's an event on campus, and kids absolutely adore him. He can always be seen with a large, and I mean large, pitcher of iced coffee in his hand, and in the mornings his classroom spills over with great music. He runs a fast-paced and ambitious learning environment where every single student is required to participate in some way. I'm not sure what we did before Mr. Garcia, and I never want to find out what we would do without him. He's amazing, and we're lucky to have Mr. Michael Garcia. Michaelin Angie. Amazing, besides the next student, just saying. Michaelin Angie is the educator who works at Trillia on the Argonaut High School campus. She leads the program for students with disabilities that range from moderate to severe, and her ability as an educator is truly magical. Her students split time between general education classes and her self-contained classroom all day long. She educates students in community-based instruction at least 2 times a week. They grow plants. She manages a team of paraeducators with grace and compassion. Michaelin Angie is truly one of the most passionate and dedicated teachers that I work with, and I consider it a gift to be her principal. I don't know if you noticed, but I got a whole stack, sorry. Jared Carson. As you can tell, he's the most popular teacher on campus, no lie. Anytime he's introduced at campus rallies or at the board meeting, students cheer like you've never heard. He is fun, knows history, has a great demeanor, and is very competitive in rallies. Well, whatever. He teaches history class that includes 2 AP courses. He announces at football games, and he is now the voice of Mustang First Down, sort of. I don't do it like he does. He's a department lead, and he's serious about making a difference for students. Jared is kind and calm while also being knowledgeable and humble. I can't say enough about how much I enjoy working with him and all that he brings to our campus. Jared Carson. Do it for us once, just once. Come on, come on.
First down, Mustang!
Right there. Attaboy. All right, Clarissa Bellotti. Clarissa has been a counselor for 9 years at comprehensive high schools. Most of that time has been at Argonaut. She is the epitome of what every student's counselor should be: organized, straightforward, and kinder than your grandmother. But she also draws a line with the truth, which is also important. She always dresses up for school spirit days and completely gets into the part. It's hilarious. She has a lot on her plate as she has reworked so many things at Argonaut, include how we administer AP tests, the course catalog, any new form we need, and she's always willing to try something new. Clarissa is moving on to be the counselor in the Ed Options world, and we will absolutely miss her so much. Our loss is genuinely, did you hear them clap back there? That's rude, that's rude. Our loss is genuinely their gain. Thanks, Clarissa. Katie Varney, come on down. And a hug. In the most awkward one. In the most awkward way. My sister from another mister right there. She is a health teacher. What to say about Katie Varney? She is the most versatile educator I've ever worked with in a long time. Over the past 9 years, she has taught health, Avid tutorials, been the Avid site coordinator, fire science, we used to teach that, medical terminology, and college work experience. The last 3 courses I mentioned were all taught as dual enrollment courses and have been very popular. Katie has become an adjunct faculty member at Columbia College, allowing our students to earn more college credit while in high school. Katie is a consummate professional and is always up for a new challenge. And when she takes something on, she gives it 100%. If you ever get a chance to stop by her classes, they are focused, purposeful, and fun. I appreciate her so much as a person and as an educator. Thank you, Katie Varney. And finally, the man, Matt King. Oh, love it, love it, love it. I don't know what to say about Matt. He leads the most popular pathway at Argonaut High School. He's a department head, coaches football and track, and leads the esports team. Matt's vision for Mustang TV was to have students record it daily and play it in classrooms in the morning. I don't know if you realize how ambitious this is, and from the time it started 8 years ago, that is precisely what has happened. Every day, every single day. He inspires students to be the best versions of themselves and challenge them to try more complex things. The only way I can truly explain his impacts on students is to show you how he challenges and inspires students. Here is a product of Matt's inspiration. Hello, I'm Principal Hunkins. A few students and I have an important message to share that is near and dear to my heart. And I'd like to thank all who participated and thank you for listening. In recent times, we have witnessed the negative impact of hate speech on individuals and communities. As a school, we are committed to creating an environment where every student, teacher, and staff member feels safe, valued, and respected. To help with this, let's start by understanding what hate speech truly is.
Hate speech is any form of communication, whether verbal,
written, or symbolic,
that offends, threatens,
or insults individuals,
like students,
or groups based on attributes,
such as race, religion,
ethnic origin,
sexual orientation,
disability,
or gender. Students like me.
Students like me.
Students like us.
Our school is built on a foundation
of values that promote
respect, empathy,
and inclusivity.
It's important that we embrace all these values
to ensure a positive and nurturing learning environment for everyone.
Hate speech not only harms the targeted individuals,
but also damages the fabric of our school community.
It creates division, fosters fear, and hinders the learning process.
We cannot allow such behavior to persist in our halls.
If you witness or experience any form of hate speech,
it is crucial to speak up.
As well, if you hear something, say something.
Our school has established clear reporting mechanisms
to ensure that incidents are addressed promptly and appropriately.
Your voice matters.
We are here to listen and take action.
Building a culture of respect and
Inclusion is a collective effort.
We encourage parents
Guardians.
and the wider community to join us in this endeavor.
Together.
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 Together, we can create an environment where everyone feels accepted and valued. Without Matt King and the program that he runs, those types of messages made by kids, for kids, and with kids would not be available to our kids to see and understand what we expect and how we run our programs. So Matt King is an inspiration, as are the rest of these people up here. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it a lot, and go Mustangs.
Thank you, Kelly. That was crazy good.
Hello.
I really like the part you said about people, that your people give more than they have so that others have enough. That really stuck with me because that was one of the first things you said, and I am still reflecting on that. So thank you. We have employee organizations next. First, we have ACTA, Mrs. Jensen.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Mr. Critchfield, members of Cabinet. I give myself a star for remembering that. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to and be heard by you. I am presenting some data that differs from the data you were presented last week or last month, which is intended to make our cost of living adjustment request sound extraordinary or beyond the budget. Almost ready. Thank you. Unfortunately, I am unable to project these figures, so I will do my best to clearly explain the information before you. I respect your ability to read and comprehend this data. However, I've got to speak to it because only you and I have the picture. But before I begin speaking to the data before you, just a moment, please. Sorry about this. I will restate the district proposal for a pay increase and retirement incentive and restate our proposal, ACTA's proposal for a pay increase and retirement incentive. The district has proposed, effective July 1st, the ACTA salary schedule shall receive an across-the-board increase of 3%. Effective July 1st, 2023, because this is actually for this year, a new step 28 shall be added to the ACTA salary schedule at 5% above step 25. Effective July 1st, 2023, the hourly rate of pay will be increased from $45 per hour to $50.85 per hour, a 13% increase. The hourly rate of pay will increase at the same rate as the salary schedule in future settlements. This shall be included in a footnote on the ACTA salary schedules. And there was included an early retirement incentive. I will speak to it, but the date has passed. Early retirement incentive. 2 options for an early retirement incentive shall be offered for eligible unit members. To be eligible, the member must be at least age 55 by June 30th, 2024, with at least 15 years service in the district and must submit a signed notice of intent to retire with the district by February 29th, 2024. The notice of intent to retire must be effective June 30th, 2024. The following 2 options are offered. A, the district shall offer an early retirement incentive of $10,000 as a lump sum cash payment, less any applicable taxes, or B, a $10,000 contribution to a health savings plan. Now, I now want to state what ACTA has put forward. Effective July 1st, 2023, ACTA salary schedules will add a step at 5%. Effective July 1st, 2023, the ACTA salary schedules will receive an across-the-board increase of 5.5%. Effective July 1st, 2023, the hourly rate of pay will be increased by 15.5% and increase at the same rate as the salary schedule in future settlements. This shall be included in a footnote on the ACTA salary schedules. The retirement incentive was the same, except for we also requested a $10,000 contribution to tracks. As we talked in the room, that wasn't necessarily able to be done. It was logistically difficult, so that was dropped. So with that said, the retirement incentive date has passed. We both agreed to adding a step for people at year 28, and we also agreed to the hourly rate of pay increase, and since our proposal is a different amount, the percentages are different. I will speak to the cost of living adjustment, which is before you. As you see, what was presented, so what you have before you is the fiscal year, the California Fund to COLA, the STRS increase, the salary increase, and the health and welfare increase. There were a few areas where we differ and the data was incorrect. In 2020 to 2021, California funded COLA initially was 0%, but the actual COLA funded levels for that year were 2.31%, the blue. The initial is in yellow, the actual is in blue. 2021, 2022, the initial was 1.7%, but the actual COLA was 2.7%. And in 2022, 2023, the initial was 6.56%, but the actual COLA was 13.26%. So let's go to the totals, please. At the totals, what was presented to you was 31.97%, but the actual amount was 44.93%. Then please look under the salary increase column. The salary increase column stated 3% in the year of 2017 to 2018. While that is true that it was agreed to 3% of that year, it did not take, as it says in the green, this represents the actual calculation for the pay raise, which only began on January 2018. So it was actually 1.01489. Also, the data that you were given included the 3%. We were not yet done bargaining for 2023-2024. So the data you were given was 36.85%, but the actual salary increase was 30.9%. The difference is quite remarkable, and therefore, as I was saying, the data you were given was to make it appear as though we were asking for more than the COLA that was offered. 36.85%, which was what the salary increase was given, is much more than 31.97%. However, 30.9% is much less than 44.93%. So, as you see, what was presented at the last board meeting wasn't the full picture, and that there is plenty of room for the 5.5 cost of living adjustment being bargained by the Amador County Teachers Association.
Thank you, Mrs. Jensen. Is CSEA Ms. Martz present? Hi, welcome.
Good evening, Board. Thank you for having me here. Mr. Critchfield, Cabinet, thank you for listening. It's good to be back up here. I've missed several meetings, but sometimes life does that to you. So tonight, I want to first start off by saying that we're in negotiations. Things are going well, and we've been able to make some progress, and I'm really happy about that. But also, I wanted to address an issue that's happening. Tonight, you're going to be asked to vote on Resolution 2324/10 that proposes to eliminate 12 job positions. 10 of these jobs were funded by one-time funds given during COVID. I remember that Jared told us that he hated to have one-time funds fund employees. He did not want to hire with one-time funds because of this very situation that we're facing right now. I understand that we no longer have the funds to keep these positions filled, even though they are essential to the operation of running safe and productive classrooms and campuses. These positions are filled by employees that have been extremely vital to the teachers, students, and other staff members at their sites. If these employees are laid off, it will result in added stress, concerns for students, and safety issues, and will upset the flow of operations in the classrooms and campuses. 2 of these jobs were not funded by one-time funds and are held by employees that have been with the district for 14 years each. One has been in the position for 8 years, the other for 2 years. They are both vital to the transportation department and its daily operations. If these employees are laid off tonight, it will result in a tremendous burden to a department, that is already stressed and shorthanded. There are a couple of things that I want to bring to your attention. First, CSEA has sent a demand for bargaining to Superintendent Gibson, stating that CSEA hereby demands to bargain the impacts and effects of these proposed position eliminations and layoffs under the terms of Article 15 of the CBA between ACUSD and CSEA, as well as relevant education code. We have not had the opportunity to discuss or bargain this layoff, even though I was told that this was not negotiable. Article 4.17 of our contract states that the district will make no changes in employees' wages, hours, and/or other terms and conditions of employment without first affording CSEA all rights within the scope of its representation. We were not given that opportunity. At this time, I request that you take one of the following actions. Number 1, vote no on Resolution 2023-2024-10 and seek to find other sources that can be cut. Maybe take a look at a decrease in wages for your cabinet members. I have other ideas too. There's other options out there. Number 2, table the resolution until we can negotiate the impacts and effect of said resolution. Number 3, vote to amend the resolution to exclude the elimination of the lead driver positions. CSEA wants to find a suitable answer to our financial problems. We want to work together to find that solution. We want to make sure that our contract is followed and all of our members are protected by that contract. All of you on this board can help make that happen. I want to thank you for your time. I appreciate you letting me speak tonight, and I appreciate your consideration in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marks. This brings us to item 11, school consolidation updates. Ms. Pichette, do we have an academics update? No?
Not tonight.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and do the consolidation public comments right now. We have 3 speakers. Give me one moment. A person wishing to be heard by the board shall first be recognized by the president and shall then proceed to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on non-agenda items. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. I have 3 speaker cards for the general topic of consolidation. Mr. Cody Gold is first, followed by Mrs. Diane Bennett.
Good evening. Last Friday, I was able to sit down with Dr. Gibson and Mr. Critchfield and discuss a Citizens Initiative sales tax measure as a potential revenue option for our school facilities. I'm pleased to report that it was a productive meeting. We shared a lot of good dialogue, and our community group is very excited to hear from the superintendent that she believed that there was room for movement and there could be potential alternatives to the current consolidation plan if we could successfully generate the revenue our research shows we can. I was also very excited to learn that the board was going to receive a presentation tonight on the potential of a sales tax measure. However, after reviewing this presentation you're about to receive, I want to clarify that this is not what our group was had in mind. The overall information and tone of this presentation appears that it's going to set the stage that sales tax measure is not a viable option for the district, and I would agree with that to an extent, because this presentation only explores the viability of the district bringing that measure to the ballot, not the people bringing the measure to the ballot like we are talking about. You're going to hear a few times in this presentation that sales tax measures are difficult to pass because they require 2/3 majority vote. That would be the case if the county or the district was to bring it to the ballot, but this is not true of a citizens initiative measure. Citizens initiative measures require only a simple majority, or 50% plus 1, to pass. The table on slide 3 of this presentation regarding taxable sales and sales tax revenue claims that a 0.25% increase equates to roughly $1.5 million per year. I too found these similar figures. I'm sure it's from the same table that I found on the state's website. But when I went to verify these numbers with actuarial reports from the county auditor's office, as well as from the state on how much money they send to the county for Measure M, which is 0.5%, that figure turned out to be more than $2 million per year for every 0.25% increase. Also, I want to make clear that the community knows that a 0.25% increase is not enough to make a dent in our facility needs in a timely manner. So that is why they have responded overwhelmingly to support a 0.75% or even a full percent increase. We are looking at bringing $6+ million per year to the district, raising our tax rate from the current 7.75% to 8.5%. We would still be below local areas like Elk Grove, where our residents go to shop now. In summary, we appreciate the information that Mr. Green is about to provide you, But please keep in mind that what our group is working on and will be bringing before the voters in the county is much different than what you're about to see. I hope we can continue the dialogue between us and district staff, and I'd be very happy to sit down with any of you individually and explain this exciting opportunity and what that process will look like over the next 8 months. Thank you.
Mrs. Diane Bennett, and then following Diane, we'll have Mr. Jason Kazad.
Good evening, Board. Diane Bennett, private citizen speaking on a public matter. I come to you tonight to voice my concern about your resolution that you approved back in January of 2023 at a board meeting. For some of you, this may have been your first board meeting. You were still learning the process and procedures of being a school board member. Did you realize that night that by voting yes on the resolution that you okayed a system where your superintendent, the one that works for you, is allowed to move ahead with spending money related to consolidation without approval by you, the school board, the body of government that is her boss, the body of government that is held responsible for making sure our funds are spent well? I ask each of you, are you comfortable with allowing the district's money to be spent with no oversight or knowledge? Do you feel there should be more accountability in the spending of the district's money, given that there are mitigation measures that must be met before the consolidation project can move more forward? Do you want your district officials to continue to spend money on a project that may or may not become a reality in its current model? Dr. Gibson has delayed consolidation an additional year. Is it necessary to continue to spend money at this time on a project that may not happen? I read the current warrant expenditures, and on February 16th, check number 6007-1097 was issued for $90,531 and was written to California Design West for Argonaut Consolidated two-story build and parent drop-off. I thought this two-story build was already paid for with money that was supposed to go to ION, but then didn't, so I'm a little bit worried there. Is this an additional expense to the $2.5 million that's already been spent on the design plans for consolidation? So I encourage you to ask questions on these large sums of money that are being spent. I encourage you to revisit the resolution that you granted at your January meeting, which allows handing over an open checkbook with no oversight to your district officials who continue to spend money on a project that currently has a lot of obstacles to work through. I think it's a must that you as a board gain more control over the district's money and spending on the consolidation project. As it stands now, you have allowed $2.5 million in expenses and an additional $90K to make improvements to your EIR report for a project that may or may not move forward in its current model. The current plan must meet mitigation measures that may not be affordable to the district. Revisiting and putting a hold on the resolution will stop current spending on the consolidation project. It will minimize fiscal impacts until mitigation factors are figured out and sorted through. Do your due diligence on the money that you're spending, our tax dollars.
There is no consolidation update for facilities. Oh, gosh dang it. I am so sorry. Mr. Kazad.
Evening, Board. Brianne is handing you guys out something that's germane to what I'm talking about. I have been concerned about the impact consolidation would have on our athletic programs. In 2022, I attended a Measure H information meeting where I expressed my concerns to this administration that consolidation would take away opportunities for individual athletes and put our schools in a league where our athletic programs would not be successful. The administration dismissed my concerns and claimed that the CIF would likely be removing one or both of our schools from the Motherlode League, regardless of a consolidation. Since then, I have continued to hear this claim multiple times, including from multiple board members just a few months ago. I finally realized that our administration's claims were not true when I read the minutes from the CIF realignment meetings. I provided you with copies of these minutes from the first two meetings. The minutes are over 100 pages, so I can only printed the pages of reference to our schools. In the first meeting minutes, you'll find CIF Commissioner and Chairman presenting their proposed realignment. You will find that the only reason given to move one or both of our schools to Sierra Valley Conference was, you guessed it, consolidation. Later in the presentation, Commissioner Garrison made it clear that he has spoken to Amador County Superintendent and has been assured that consolidation would be happening. He then comments on page 114 his thoughts and how competitive Argonaut and Amador would be in the Sierra Valley Conference. He says, "It's not appropriate to move Amador to the CVC. They just would never compete. So for the sake of 1 year, allowing them to compete at a level that they should be competing at, we, in good conscience, could not move them to the mother lode to be part of the CVC along with Argonaut. We believe Argonaut could potentially compete there, and they both together at one point in time will compete there, consolidated." So I just wanted to point out that we are moving both our schools into a league where one will not compete and one will potentially compete. I don't see how that is best for kids, but I can see how that's best for the administration's goals. Speaking of the administration, at the second CIF realignment meeting, our superintendent spoke to the committee. She proposes that Amador move into Sierra Valley Conference along with Argonaut. At the end of her speech, she was asked which league would she prefer the schools be in, either the Mother Lode League or the Sierra Valley Conference. She stated she would prefer both schools be in Sierra Valley Conference because she believes that's what's best in the long run. To conclude, I feel this is yet another example of how the administration has misled and omitted truth in an effort to repaint this situation. In an effort to make consolidation seem like the only option. In the meantime, our kids struggle playing against teams they shouldn't be in, and in the long run, there will be less spots available on the varsity football teams, the volleyball teams, the basketball teams, so on. Remember, by the AD's own admission in this room, he said there will be a cost savings on uniforms. Meaning what? Meaning overall, there will be less athletic opportunities for kids. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we have the only update we have for consolidation is a general update. That is the sales taxes for school districts with East Shore Consulting, Mr. Green and Mr. Critchfield.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to invite Mr. Green up to the podium. I do want to acknowledge the public comment that was made about a citizens initiative. The purpose of this item has been, we have heard multiple times, why has the district not brought forward a sales tax? And so this is our response to that. We fully acknowledge that with a citizens initiative, it would change the landscape of the voting threshold and everything else that goes with that. But again, our job tonight is to also educate the board on what would happen based on their role as board members. And we can take it from there. So go ahead, Mr. Green.
Thank you. I have a presentation, which I believe you have in your packets. I'm going to go through starting on the background here. Thank you. While that's being pulled up, I'll start in here. California school districts funding for California funding for K-14 education programs really is provided through a combination of sources, mainly being local property taxes and state funding. For non-basic aid districts, that's districts who are below the minimum, or districts that receive below the minimum required funding through local property taxes. They are under the LCFF formula essentially funded with state sources to bring them up to the minimum. The state educational funding is derived from a variety of sources, and that includes reallocated property taxes, sales taxes, and K-14 educational entities do not really have a statutory authority to enact an actual sales tax. So the state does provide you some sales tax funding through things like ERAF and triple flip as part of your LCFF apportionments, but statutorily that is not a direct tax by the district for its own accounts. Schools do have the authority to pass certain types of taxes, including parcel taxes and general obligation bond taxes. These are both property tax-based sort of taxes where you have a collection annually to either provide income for operational purposes or to repay debt which was authorized by voters. In the case of parcel taxes, it requires in almost everything in California that's a voter-approved tax would require 2/3 approval with a few exceptions, except for the general obligation bonds being one of those exceptions, which you're allowed to approve at 55% as school districts. Other entities do not have that. They're also at the 2/3, even if it's a general obligation bond. There are also some other forms of taxation which school districts can avail themselves of. One of them is the Mello-Roos Act, which allows for the formation of a community facilities district. That community facilities district is actually technically a separate legal entity from the authorizing authority that creates it, whether that's a school district or a city, and that as a separate entity can levy taxes as well for both services as well as infrastructure and facility purposes. So there's not really a direct authority for K-14 entities to engage in or directly levy a sales tax under existing state law. In other words, when you go through all the various provisions that spell out sales tax, there is no listing of school districts, LEAs, or K-14 educational entities. Schools, counties, cities, counties, special districts are the ones that are availed of that authority in code. So even getting to a viable sales tax via any methodology would require most likely some form of special legislation at the state, and we'll give you some examples of that here coming up. If we can go to this history of school sales taxes in California. Again, general sales and use taxes, and they are actually sales and use taxes, we colloquially call them just sales taxes, can legally be enacted by cities, municipalities, or counties for specific purposes through approval by more than 2/3 of voters. We've done some research and found that there are only a few attempts that have been made to create a sales tax that benefits school districts, and that's mainly on a county-wide basis for a variety of reasons, but they've been attempted in Mariposa, San Mateo, and San Francisco counties. The only successful attempt was in San Francisco County, where they did meet the 2/3 required for passage, and in the case of that San Francisco tax, it's an interesting one because the school, the city, the county are all coterminous in their boundaries. It's the same sort of boundaries. Fortuitously, you guys actually have sort of a similar situation with the county and the district's boundaries being extensively coterminous. Why is that important? And it's important because mainly if you have overlap or multiple districts, there needs to be some allocation of a county-wide tax. And there also needs to be, if you have someone who is outside of the area, consideration of how much funding they may get if they straddle your county line. So there's little nuances that may occur from space to space as those geographical boundary lines do not always sync up. Again, in your case, looks like fortunately those do sync up. So that's one sort of great step forward that precludes some other things that may have to be done to make it a viable option here. In jurisdictions where there are multiple school district entities, the county-wide levy almost always has to be allocated between those various entities that serve the various portions of the county. On the second page of the school sales tax history here, City of Santa Monica is another example where we have a sales tax that benefits a school, although it's quite a different creature. In that case, there is a half-cent city sales tax measure, which was approved by voters, and a discretionary measure was a companion with that original measure, which basically gave the public the option to direct at the city's discretion where that sales tax would go, allowing for half of it to be sent to the Santa Monica Malibu School District. What's interesting is the sales tax generated in Santa Monica, and only in Santa Monica, benefits the Santa Monica Malibu Malibu School District, and that sales tax actually benefits areas outside. How do they achieve that? Well, it's actually a city tax, and it's an intergovernmental revenue to the district. So there's not a direct levy of sales tax by Santa Monica. And in fact, in the case of San Francisco, there is not a direct levy of a sales tax either. It's done through the county, not the school district. We did note that there are a few other cases of special legislation that exist. Specifically, one example will be Revenue and Taxation Code 7285.8, which is specific to San Mateo County, allowing for an enactment of up to a half-cent sales tax. And if you ever take a look at the Revenue and Taxation Code around sales taxes, there's just a laundry list of these sort of special legislation pieces to enable and enact taxations for various entities throughout history of California. It's a pretty long section. Each one of them have their own sort of special nuances. So in this case, we have an authority to levy a sales tax in San Mateo County for the benefit of schools, but they were not able to receive voter approval at the required 2/3 threshold. They tried twice. The special legislation still exists, but no such tax has ever been levied there. So it's sort of dead legislation for lack of a better description. Ultimately, Revenue Taxation Code 7251.1 does place some limits on the combined rate for local sales taxes, and that would be up to 2%. That's maybe of importance here because you do already have a half-cent special district tax that's in place, and you also actually already have a local sales tax, which is a portion of the general statewide tax of a 1/4 cent. And you'll see at the very bottom here an allocation of that. Normally, a special district tax would be kind of 1%, which is your base local special district component. In the case of Amador County, you're a 0.5% higher than that state minimum, and that's because of Measure M, which raises funds for fire protection and other public safety-related matters. So really, why do we not see sales taxes in school districts? There just isn't that legal authority. There just isn't a way as a board that you can pass a resolution, bang a gavel, put something on the ballot, get it approved, and have it enacted. It would take special legislation to allow anything to happen, to put the code in the books to potentially allow for a viable sales tax. And when you start digging into the myriad of codes around sales tax, safe to say that you would want to have some attorneys around to make sure you're not crossing up code sections and complying with all the various provisions because they are quite numerous. So that is the main reason we do not see sales taxes as a rule of thumb in California for school districts. The only two that really exist are the 1/4 cent, which is levied through an agency of San Francisco County on behalf of the school district and passed through to it for its benefit, or the levy of a city sales tax in the case of Santa Monica, which benefits the educational entity serving its students as an intergovernmental revenue. There just is not that direct legal path. In fact, I believe even if you were to go with a voter initiative, it would requisite some modification of revenue and taxation code to create the appropriate pathways, irrespective of providing potentially a lower approval threshold to enact a tax legally. So I would say that it's probably not a simple one-step sort of thing, something that you may want to make sure if you are designing and trying to plan for such a measure, you get a strong legal counsel in-house to advise you on how the revenue and taxation code speaks to what's being proposed and potentially prepare for any special legislation with the fair warning that a special legislation session is a limited amount of time and you kind of got to align it in a certain way. It's not something you can just do overnight. It's something that you would have to plan for and sort of have in combination and lockstep with any sort of attempt to move forward on a measure.
Shin.
Yes, sir.
You say voters initiative. Are you referring to what Mr. Gold is talking about, citizens initiative?
That is correct. And I'll address a little bit more on that here in a second.
Right.
If I may just show the next table. We did take a look at the taxable sales. Everyone thinks it's the BOE, the Board of Equalization, which is kind of sunset in California. Sales tax is actually now administered by the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, or CDTFA. So they're the ones who are predominantly dealing with sales tax-related matters in California. We did pull all of the taxable sales information. They do publish that on a quarterly basis. You can see here the last 10 years or so, plus a quarter of total sales, taxable sales within Amador County. Applying the rate, that's how much in theory would be raised, and then we did a kind of estimate of what a 1/4 cent against those sales amounts would be. You will see some variation in this. I will tell you now, as a former City of Rockland employee who had sales tax as part of my revenue streams, it is not a straightforward sort of collection and distribution thing. You have true-ups, you have reconciliations, you have withholds, you have audits of the sales tax collections, and so oftentimes you will see some funding lagging, which will cause some static in the numbers when you try to calculate pure percentages. You might be looking at the amount dispersed in a given year and seeing some true-ups for prior year audits and corrections, as well as potentially some advancements, things of that nature, of other items that may be within the rubric of the sales tax and use tax measures that may exist out there. So $1.5 million is what we get ballpark. We're happy to have discussions with anyone who may see a different amount as being possible. But I would say, in all honesty, $1.5 to $2 million is probably what a 1/4% would raise. And you can multiply by 2, 3, or 4% to get to what 1% would get you. I would also note, looking at this chart, you'll see that while the trend is generally up for sales tax revenues, they are volatile. They are purely a function of economic activity and sales that go on in your county, and they are not as predictable as the property tax revenue streams you're used to dealing with. The reality is that in any given year, there might be a recession, the number of things that are purchased might go down, or you may see inflation and the imputed tax amounts may go up, not because of a higher rate, but simply because of higher price points, generating a higher amount of revenue for the sales tax purposes. We do note that quarter 4 is down by about 6.8%, quarter 1 of fiscal year 23 is down by, quarter 1 of fiscal year 24 is down by about 6.8% from quarter 1 of 23. That is the nature of this. I can tell you now a variance of a few percent, up to 4 or 5% one way or another in any given year can occur with the sales tax, and there's nothing you can really do about that. It just is the nature of that revenue. So one of the reasons why it has never been kind of directed as the primary revenue source in California for education is that lack of predictability. Cities are fortunate that they have the combination of sales tax as well as property tax to help balance things out. But the sales tax volatility is a known thing for cities to be concerned about. If we go to the next slide, the potential for a sales tax measure here. As I noted, generally in California, 0.25% to 0.5% is what you see being approved. Would encourage folks who are exploring a potential voter initiative measure to take a look at some of the ones that have been tried in the past. 50% is a little bit harder to get to than one might think. And in some of these communities, they did not even get that far when they attempted some of those measures I talked about earlier. That being said, you are allowed to pursue and seek whatever you may want to try to put on the ballot, subject to voter approval. And we do note again that about 0.25% nets you about $1.5 million in our estimate. That would be roughly $6 million a year in revenues, assuming the current sales volume maintains at the 1% level. And really sales, again, can be volatile, so it's something that if you do receive this revenue, you need to be very judicious about its budgeting and make sure that you maintain and keep adequate reserves. And then legally, it just becomes very difficult to go to anything over 1%. There are limitations on total taxation, including by type and by the rate amounts. And as a result, you start to run out of space. There are times in the past where we've had the state enact an increase in sales taxes that have violated some of those, and so the local agencies have had to step down their tax rates and receive less revenue because the state was receiving. This is in times of the Great Recession when they were dealing with deficits and trying to backfill some of those deficits. That all being said, it could be an option for the district. If we just flip to the next slide. You'll see a history just graphically of what those revenues look like in the various components. And to the next slide after that. Just in summary, you do not have statutory authority, either as the Unified School District or the County Office of Education, to legally levy a sales tax. It just is not in the code sections. You don't have that authority in your type of entities. If you wanted to pursue one, you would still need to partner with some entity outside of the district, outside an entity such as a county or a county agency, or if you had a city that overlapped your entire boundaries, a municipal entity such as that. But you will need a partner in this irrespective from what we understand, and again, would encourage you to bring counsel in early to discuss those type of parameters. Given the volume of unincorporated territory that you have, it is most likely that, if you're looking to do that, it probably has to be the county. Again, you don't have that one city. You'd have to do a bunch of different measures, and that still wouldn't fill in the entire area. So looking at the concept here, it would have to be a county-wide sort of levy. And again, we've talked about kind of the difficulties in getting approvals at those 2/3 rates. Depending upon the specific entity you partner with, what your limitations and maximums are could vary. There's this concept of a general tax versus a specific purpose tax that you have to kind of explore in sales tax, which will dictate how far you can go. And then additionally, there are just a wide array of legal issues that have not been hammered out for something like this because it's just not a thing that's been done a lot. I would note that, you know, the Citizens Initiative measure concept of 50+1% as approval for revenue measures is something that is in California. It is something that people do look to challenge. You may want to make sure you discuss with attorneys what the state of those kind of attempts have been recently. The Howard Jarvis Group is not a fan of such measures and is looking for those to fight as a general rule of thumb. Again, not saying it cannot be done, but simply saying that there might be some headwinds and challenges, and it would probably take some time to develop the correct package that could legally be rolled out. But if the prospect of a sales tax is deemed beneficial and worth the pursuit, you can certainly identify a partner, I believe, in the county to work with. And such a measure could be sought at either a special or regularly scheduled election. Unlike your GO bonds, you're not limited as to date on that election, so you can sort of pick the Tuesday of your preference within the limits of what's allowed in California, which does kind of allow you more opportunities. As you know, with the GO bond, it's basically every 2 years now that you have an opportunity. This is one that doesn't have to stick to that sort of schedule. So would encourage you probably to start with speaking with the county and kind of getting a sense of their willingness and potential agencies that might be willing to partner, and also speaking with legal counsel to kind of kick the tires on the code sections that might be applicable and make sure that you have the right combination of codes for any sort of measure, whether that be voter initiative or whether that be an official act by a public entity, which would require 2/3 and be subject to Prop 218. Which really is what kind of dictates that 2/3, Prop 218, for most revenue measures in California. That's sort of the summary of the presentation. Happy to answer any questions about that and what was been presented today. And certainly am happy to, you know, suggest or recommend directions you could go on legal counsel and other things of that nature if you want to start digging into this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was a lot of information. I'm going to run down the line to see if anybody has questions. Ms. Patterson?
No questions.
Mr. Crow?
Yes, are you aware of previous situations on the costs that it would take for a citizens group to, I guess, have some kind of measure like this put on a ballot?
It's going to vary quite a bit. It depends on the nature, and there have been a couple of different types of citizens initiatives put forward. What I would say on this one is that the unique nature of the entity that's going to receive the benefit of the sales tax not being listed in the standard provisions and code sections governing sales tax in California can be solved through special legislation. The cost of crafting that depends on how much work you have to do to get home for it, and that's very difficult to predict. So if you've never been through the special legislation process, it's highly recommended that you get your legal team together and talk with your local legislators first to see if one of them is willing, and may know some folks in Sacramento willing to kind of pursue such a thing. But it's always difficult to figure out what you end up having to do and the attorney's time that might be required to complete that. But what I would say is, given the volume of revenues that are being looked at, it's going to be a very small fraction of that. And so if the prospect of those revenues makes sense to this board and to this district, I would be less concerned about the cost of implementation in that it's going to be a small fraction if you are successful.
The other question would be, on these cases, do you have any examples of the time frame from when it was first discussed to when it was actually brought before the public?
No, because you never know when the discussions truly started. The groundwork behind the scenes doesn't require an agendization on a board or anything of that nature. So what I would tell you is that if you're looking at special legislation, the good rule of thumb is 9 to 12 months minimum. I would add 3 or 4 months on that for electoral process, et cetera. Anything you want to put on the ballot requires at least an 88-day or more advance provision to the county elections office. So we can certainly help develop a calendar of what that would look like, but I'm going to give you the same words I would give you on any revenue measure, whether that's a GO bond or a parcel tax or anything. 12 months minimum to make sure you're crossing the T's, dotting the I's, and doing everything the right way.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Mrs. Parker, did you have any questions?
Not at this time.
Okay. Mr. Marzano?
I have a few questions. I think you're an extremely intelligent man, and for myself, I didn't understand a lot of what you're saying. Like, can you tell me what coterminous means? Like,
Yes, coterminous just means that your boundaries and the boundaries of another entity lie on top of each other. So in the case of San Francisco, the city of San Francisco, the county of San Francisco, and the San Francisco Unified School District all have the same entity boundaries. In other words, there is no piece of the school district that's not in the county, there is no piece of the county that's not in the school district, and as a result, it doesn't create any areas where you might have a tax that doesn't have anyone to benefit, or a tax that might go to another entity. So in the case of San Francisco, and I believe similarly here in Amador, your county and your school district share the same boundaries.
Right.
So it cures a lot of potential issues of, let's say you had a small piece of the county that was served by another district. If you were to pass a countywide tax, which would appear to be what would be required under certain code sections, you would have to share a portion of that and figure out the methodology for sharing a portion of that with that other school district that may be on the periphery and overlap your boundary, or your county boundaries, but not your school district boundaries.
okay,
So it simplifies things being coterminous.
right. I don't know how to ask this without it sounding disrespectful, and it's not what I'm doing. I'm just trying to.
We know each other. I'm not
For
going
sure.
to take any disrespect
So,
from it.
so how I think is, okay, this initiative was brought forth by a community member, and you have been hired from the district to consult us for the bond. That's how I see it. Does it behoove you to push one because of your pocket versus the other?
Not particularly, no.
And I mean no disrespect by
No,
that.
no, no, not particularly, no. The bond is something we've talked about, and we know that we're not going to really be looking to pursue another district-wide bond anytime soon, so there really is nothing that we would be compensated for that. If you wanted assistance on another type of measure, it would be the same sort of pre-electoral fee we charge for a bond. There really isn't a difference in our mind. We do have folks that we have approved parcel taxes for, that we administer those parcel taxes and charge our administration fee accordingly when we administer such taxes for folks. But it doesn't really change the pocketbook for us. What I would say it does change is potential sources of revenue for you as a district. But we don't have any sort of benefit from that, and don't believe there would be any benefit I can really think of. There was a sales tax passed. I work with Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District, which has the pass-through sales tax, and there's no real interplay with us and what we do with them on that.
Would you, from what I understood from your presentation, I feel as though you are not, you think what the citizens group is explaining to the board is not good for the district.
I don't think that's the case at all. I
Okay.
think any additional revenue a district can manage to find a way to raise is good for the district. The less you are relying upon Sacramento and state of California resources, the better off you are. We've worked long and hard with lots of our districts to find ways to exit that revenue system. What I would say is that when you look out in the space of something like a revenue measure, and you find that there are exceedingly few in the state of California, there probably is a reason for that. There probably is a reason this is not something that's been pursued wide and broad by lots of communities. There probably is a need to explore that legislation and make sure that it's correctly aligned, or you have the special legislation necessary. The fact that we have 2 such taxes, and in reality, really only 1, in that the city tax is a city tax, which is an advisory measure that basically creates an intergovernmental revenue, not a sales tax revenue for the school. You just have the one example of San Francisco Unified. I'm from the Bay Area, love the Bay Area, but I will tell you this, there's not a tax they would not approve in Sacramento. That's the easiest, in San Francisco, that is the easiest place to get a measure like this done. The fact that it hasn't been done elsewhere is telling to me. The fact that it's been attempted in other Bay Area counties and has failed is telling to me. That being said, Every community is different. Every community's mix of taxation, revenue, desires, needs is different. As with the GO bond, we would encourage you to engage in a process, rolling this out, getting the answers, formulating the correct package, polling, making sure you understand what potentially could happen, and if it's a citizens measure, that's their purview to do, not yours.
I was just gonna ask that.
That is correct. Same sort of rules apply, and you do not, there's some reasons why you want to make sure if it is a citizens initiative, you are somewhatly hands-free. One of the ways that these things can be challenged is if they believe it's not truly a citizens initiative. There's a lot of indication that this is a official measure that they've got a citizen to run on their behalf. It's the type of thing that would trigger and encourage Howard Jarvis types to go after this measure. What I also tell my districts oftentimes is this, it's probably best not to be innovating in spaces like this that can get litigious. You as a single district are going to struggle to fight that lawsuit. It's going to be a big piece of your budget if it should occur. Not saying it would occur, but if it should occur.
Can you explain what that means, innovating?
Yeah. So, again, we've noted there's one example of a sales tax for schools in California. San Francisco, it's done through an agency process. You would have the first sales tax in California approved by Citizens Initiative to benefit a school district. That is something that, if we don't have all the I's and T's correctly dotted, could see a challenge. And if someone wants to file a student challenge, becomes an onerous task for a single district. Where I like to be and where I like my clients to be is, hey, you know, there's a new thing that's being tried and these 7 districts are going to try it. And that way, if there is a challenge, you've all worked together to structure things in such a way that you have similar legal arguments as to why this should be valid, and you have someone to share any potential costs of validating that measure in the future. It's tough, and I can give you some examples. Alameda tried to do a parcel tax, and there was some new rules put into place on parcel taxes about what could happen with the levy. It needed to be a uniform levy. It was challenged. That money sat in coffers for years while it was challenged in the courts. Ultimately, the court said, yeah, you got to give that back with interest. And they had to send all the money back. Right now, there is a measure in Los Angeles County, and it's got a few partners in Los Angeles County. It's a pretty big county. But there was a measure to add a transfer tax for higher value properties. That measure is under challenge. Those funds are not available to be used despite the fact that they may have been collected. And they sit and are sequestered until that challenge is solved. These are the sort of things that can happen when you do something that's outside of the norm. When you're following the norm, hey, everyone already knows it's been tested. You've got other people with you. If it should go awry, you're going to have 1,000,001 amicus briefs and other entities willing to support you in your efforts to make sure that your challenge is or you successfully defeat the challenge to your measure. If it's the only measure of its type, you stand alone. And you got to defend that yourself. There might be others who might be willing to amicus and join in and help, but if no one else has a salient measure in existence that's under threat, you might be the only one who has to defend it.
And that's the case for a citizens initiative.
Could be. The citizens initiative stuff has not been fully tested as I understand it in the court. I again would encourage that this start with you retaining counsel that's knowledgeable of that and of the sales tax laws to kind of start this conversation and perhaps work in conjunction with your citizens to ensure that any potential measure truly does fit the rubrics that are out there and does not create any additional problems. And again, it's not technically your measure, so you wouldn't technically have to defend it, but you are the beneficiary of it. So you may have a vested interest in defending it.
Okay.
My turn, I guess. Couple questions. First of all, on page 3, when you're talking about ultimately revenue and taxation code section 7251.1 places a limit of combined rate of all local sales taxes of 2%. That would be like a city tax and a county tax.
It would. How each of these are defined gets a little tricky, so there's a.
Because the special district tax, like the Measure M funds for fire, that's in a different pot.
It is. It is. It's part of the 1.5 you see down below. The local sales tax, I believe, is your county transportation agency. Fundamentally, there are 6% collected for state purposes, and some of that 6% gets funneled back to local entities as well. So when you kind of go through it all, we get down into the 0.1% on some of these tax items.
Okay, thank you, that answers that question. When you talked about sometimes in a recession, the state has taken more and the other entities have to take less, and I imagine you're talking back about 2008 era?
That's
right
around
through
the
there.
time frame, yes.
So is there a maximum state sales tax total number that?
There is, and how you parse that out depends upon if it's a general tax or a specific purpose tax. There's a little bit of differentiation in code as to how each one would be treated. I believe the general consensus is that somewhere around 10 3/4 to 11 and change is the maximum. If you kind of start researching, you'll find that there are one or two entities here or there that have been allowed to go over the maximum, again, through special legislative means. You're nowhere near the maximum, so I don't think the maximum is the concern. But you are using up some of the tax capacity within those limits, and do understand that there just could be things in the future. Again, you're far enough away from those top thresholds, I'm not too concerned. But at the same time, make sure you understand the rubrics so that if it's considered a local special tax, that it doesn't hit the limit and preclude you from doing something else you may need to do on fire safety or other infrastructure at the county level.
And my last question or comment, you mentioned San Francisco, you mentioned San Mateo County running something, and you touched about Mariposa County. Now, Mariposa County is very unique like us. They are also a single. And, you know, I was reading an article from EdSource about local revenues for schools, limits and options in California. They've tried it twice and failed both times. That 2/3 majority, they got over 55, but they didn't get their 2/3, you know, and not, granted, it's not the Citizens Committee, you know, which has different things. And obviously, like you said, if the citizens go through there, we kind of have to take a hands-off approach so it doesn't look like we're trying to get somebody to slide something through.
You can't be pushing the measure.
Kind of like a GO bond where, you know, we can't be.
No advocacy allowed, things of that nature. You can certainly be involved in the design. You can certainly be involved in factual information on it. This is successful. Here's what we will use the funds for. But there are limitations as to what you can do. And, you know, I think, again, I would counsel legal counsel as to where you go to those limits and where they believe they are. You don't want to find yourself in a place where the challenge against it also points to the fact that you were involved in setting up the measure, and therefore it shouldn't be a 50%. And that could be a question that gets asked of the court.
Okay, thank you.
So we talk about sales taxes again. Thank you for the presentation. That was a lot more information than I think we were expecting. While you were answering questions, I did a little Googling, and citizen initiatives that passed with just barely over 50% and did pass a tax, 2 have defended a lawsuit. 8, however, have not. So I
would note those may or may not be sales tax measures, and each code section is slightly different, so.
They are different. There are different kinds of taxes. I'm eyeballing them now. One of the ones that did fail was a parcel tax for San Francisco Unified, and that was pretty recent, June of 2018. So, yes, sometimes taxes do fail in San Francisco.
Every blue moon.
Yeah.
Every blue moon, and it takes a lot of animus and organizational argument and dysfunction. And I think if you look at the time frame of that, there was a lot of change going on in the district as well there.
the comments about the level of involvement that we would have to be mindful of as elected trustees, I think would also apply to our county elected officials. So something that feels a little bit like a handicap for a citizen initiative, where all of your knowledgeable folks or your visible folks would be expected to take a back seat.
Backseat may be a little too strong of a connotation. What I would say again, and I would honestly refer you to discuss this with council in more depth, is that, you know, you get to a place where there are advocacy rules against precluding advocacy, but you also have the reality that each of you are an individual citizen with individual citizen rights outside of your existence as board members. So there are ways. You just need to make sure you fully understand the rubric of what would need to be done and follow it and adhere to it pretty strictly, because again, as something new, it's more likely to be the target of a challenge. It's just something that's not been seen before. It's not been tested before. Doesn't mean you don't win that challenge,
Yeah.
but you want to do everything you can to make sure you position yourself to win should it occur.
Right. Does anybody have any follow-up questions? Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Green.
Thank you.
We are to public comments. We do have two speaker cards for general public comment. I'm not going to read the blurb again. So Mr. Cody Gold and Mrs. Diane Bennett, once again. Those are the only two for general public comment.
Thank you. Just want to reiterate my previous statements or requests about the public comment process that this board uses. All of the other legislative or elected bodies in the county use that. The item comes up for discussion or a presentation is made, then it is opened up to public comment so that we can be informed of the same information and have a chance to pose some questions that maybe you think are valid. I think it just makes a more collaborative experience than for me to have to go through and read a PowerPoint ahead of time when there was additional information and things that were said that now I don't have the ability to respond to because now I'm speaking on items not on the agenda. So again, I want to clarify that I'm speaking to the public comment process this board uses in general. I will add that in light of that, a lot of the questions that you all asked, I feel like if anybody wants to reach out, or I will follow up in an email, I have, or we have a lot of those questions answered. I think we're a lot further in this research process than maybe we have led on. You know, we've been keeping the cards close to the chest, as you, if you will. But anyway, to a lot of those questions and talking about challenging, we have those answers. So anyway, please feel free. I think you all have my phone number, but I'll send a follow-up email tonight or tomorrow, and love to discuss this more. Thank you.
Hello again, board. Once again, Diane Bennett, private citizen, speaking on a public matter. Couple of follow-ups to Cody's. I know that he has requested multiple times to be given time to actually present everything that he has been working on, and a lot of the questions you guys have could be answered by that and would be answered for a lot of the citizens to get a good backing. So I strongly urge that maybe you consider actually putting him onto the agenda to where he can speak in more than 3 minutes. So moving forward, I wanted to talk to you guys about some of the potential job losses that we're talking about. I have some major questions that I would really like answered, and I'm just thinking out loud. Here are some of these. Something that was brought to my attention recently is California Education Code EDC 35028. current as of January 1st, 2023. A person shall not be eligible to hold a position as a city superintendent, district superintendent, deputy superintendent, associate superintendent, or assistant superintendent of schools unless the person is the holder of both a valid school administration certificate and a valid teacher's certificate, unless the person is employed as a deputy, associate, or assistant superintendent in purely a clerical capacity. So I'm not a lawyer, but I have some very valid concerns. When I read this, and I do a little bit of research on the California Teacher Credentialing Commission site, a valid administration certificate is held by our current superintendent, but a valid teaching credential is not held by our current superintendent. Not under any of the names that she's had that I know of to search. The current superintendent has a pupil services credential, which in common terms means she was a counselor before she became an admin. It might explain why I and many others feel that there is a lack of understanding what is needed for teachers in a classroom that actually teach in a classroom. So some other questions that come to mind. How does anyone that is a principal, let alone a superintendent, know what truly goes on in a classroom when they have never taught in one? I mean no offense to counselors, as they are so very important to our kids, but a pupil services credential does not make someone a teacher. That brings to question tonight how you are letting someone with these credentials, or lack thereof, maybe let other people go when they're, doing their job. I worry about the people losing their jobs tonight because these people are the backbones of many of our programs. When the person that is holding final power over their jobs does not have the proper credential to hold their own job anymore, does that mean that they're not legally able to let people go? I don't know. I do understand that you will be reviewing the evergreen contract of our current superintendent. The evergreen means that every time that this person is given a positive review, their contract renews.
I'm
So
sorry,
my
Ms.
question
Bennett, your
is,
3 minutes are up.
if the superintendent is grandfathered or if she needs the credential.
We have a very large consent agenda tonight. Does anybody have any questions or comments on any of the 6 parts of the consent agenda? Of note, I'd like to point out that we have 4 overnight field trip requests. We have what looks like science camp for Pine Grove. We have the ski and snowboard championship trip to Mount Shasta for both high schools. We also have the FCCLA Leadership Conference for Argonaut, and then we have both high schools avid.
Real quick, I'm just noticing some consternation in the audience about public speaker cards. When individuals write the topic on a public speaker card that aligns with an agenda item, then they will be asked to speak on that as we get to that agenda item. So we have not forgotten about the speaker cards. I feel like reading the room, some people think that's what's going on. I have a speaker card for 15.2. I have 3 speaker cards for 15.7 and another 9 or 10 for item 15.9. So we have not forgotten about you. I just wanted to say that.
I will be asking a consideration of that sort very shortly. Yes. So consent agenda item questions. Does anybody have any? Ms. Patterson?
No questions at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Crow?
None at this time, thank you.
Okay, and Mrs. Parker?
None right now.
Mr. Marzano?
I have a question about the consent. If there is a transfer of confidential personnel, but transfers are on different salary schedules, how does that work considering it's not technically a lateral transfer of confidential personnel? Does one confidential employee take a voluntary pay cut? Does one both get the same pay? Do other employees, confidential employees, not have the chance to apply for a spot if the position isn't open? If the position is open?
There were a couple questions in there. I'll try to answer them.
Yeah.
Let me know. So when it comes to salary schedules, whether you're confidential management, whether you belong to a bargaining unit, all salary schedules must be board approved. And so if an employee is moving from one confidential position to another, their salary must follow the board approved salary schedule, whether that be up or down with their salary. When it comes to a process for hiring, confidential and management employees are not represented by a bargaining unit, which means they do not have to follow a hiring process of the job being posted or there being a interview committee or any of that. The superintendent has the authority to recommend putting people in those positions. The superintendent cannot place those people in the position. That still needs board approval to make that happen, but you do not have to follow the same process as you would for hiring a teacher or an administrative assistant at a school, or something like that.
Because those personnel are represented by unions.
Correct. So there's a process for hiring, and you have to have it posted for so many days and so on, where confidential and management, the superintendent can recommend to the board to place people or have the authority to appoint people to those positions, but that still needs board approval to be finalized. So ultimately, the board still has a say on that, but you don't have to follow the same process to put people in those positions.
Is that standard, just because I don't know, is that standard superintendent power, or is that something that a board would somewhere down the line upon their term, this superintendent's term, that would have had to been voted on?
That's standard, and you see it in many districts where administrators will get moved around without an interview process. That can happen with the superintendent's recommendation and then the board's approval.
And that's solely because they don't have union representation?
I don't know if that's the only reason, but again, that's the differentiation between those two groups when unrepresented versus represented. We would never do that with represented employees where we would just say, put this person in that job. There has to be a process.
Would there be a possibility that you could present to us or email me or whomever else wants to know what those other procedures are for that? Or what you said, it's not solely they aren't represented by a union. So what are the others?
Yeah, we can get back to you on that.
Okay. That's all I had for consent right now.
Thank you. Mr. Whitaker?
No questions.
I do not have any questions at this time. Does anybody feel ready to make a motion?
I move that we approve item 13, the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call vote. The advisory vote first. Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
There's a couple things on here that I don't necessarily agree with, so I'm going to be a no today.
Okay. Mr. Marzano?
Yeah, I too am gonna vote no.
I'm sorry. Would you like to explain the no?
Sure.
And I'll come back to you, Kayla. Sorry.
Kayla's so much better at speaking than me. Maybe she could
You want to
help
let her go first?
lubricate my brain. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
But I know what I'm gonna say.
I went too fast. I'm sorry, Ms. Parker.
Should we continue the vote first?
This is how it goes. They explain it.
Yeah, there's just been some moves at high schools and such that that have not been even discussed with the board before putting on here, and so I am a no based on that.
Okay. Mr. Marzano?
So I feel that I have not been informed or not at all, enough to make this decision on this consent agenda. And I also feel that there's other places that cuts can be made in order to accomplish whatever it is that we're trying to accomplish.
Thank you. Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes, so that consent agenda passes 3-2. Brings us to communications, and we do have one. Mr. Critchfield.
Yes, there's a letter attached to the agenda from the California Department of Education As you know, the California Department of Education oversees the school district and the county office financially because we are a single with one board. And so this is their approval letter concurring with the board's approval of the first interim budget back in December.
And you do not need an approval on this at all?
Nope, it's
correct?
just for information.
Okay. This brings us to our discussion action items. Given the public comments that we have on the very later items, I would. I wanted to move those items to the beginning of item 15. So Mr. Wall, you wanted to speak on the budget. So I wanted to do 15.2. 15.3. 15.2 and 3 are budget. And then I would like to skip to 15.7, 15.8, and 15.9. And I would invite those public speakers at that time, and then we'll come back to the other discussion action items on for 15. So I am moving that. Do we need to vote on that? I would like a formal motion, second, and vote on shuffling those around for the convenience of our audience.
I will move to shuffle around items 15.89, I'm assuming 2 and 3, to the beginning of item 15.
It will be 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. Yes, thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. So roll call vote. Advisory vote first. Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
I have a question.
Sure.
When at the beginning of the meeting, when you ask for any deletions, corrections, additions, isn't that when this should have been done?
It should have, but I did not know how many speaker cards we had yet.
Right.
And I know that folks have been sitting here a long time.
Absolutely.
I apologize.
No, absolutely. I say yes.
Thank you. Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm also a yes. With that being said, we would like to move to 15.2, which is the first of our budget items. Mr. Greg Wall, you're up. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you for being patient, because I need to learn how to fill out these cards better. All right. Good evening. My name is Greg Wall, teach at Amador High School, and present a case for a shift in perspective. Let's start with an ACTA poll answered by over 75% of the membership that resulted in higher than 90%, signaling their determination to stand firm on our salary position. The reality is that quality education begins with quality teachers. The parents in this room, online and busy with the million jobs that parents do, fervently want someone who cares for their child, strengthens their mind, and knows their content. Likewise, an instructor wishes to know the district will honor their efforts with a fair salary. Another reality is every school in the district would grind to a halt in a fraction of the day if the teachers did not agree to take on extra job after extra job. The lack of substitutes means secondary teachers are taking over classrooms during their prep periods, and RTI teachers are stepping into unfilled job posts 3 and 4 days a week. Elementary teachers are welcoming 5, 6, 7 new children day after day to mitigate 0 substitutes. And by the way, this equally applies to the classified. Just as staff prioritize children, the district budget should prioritize teachers' fair pay. Year after year, we all face an unrelenting battle with inflation. Family budgets are strained with food bills, gas pump totals, and surging household costs. For that reason, the state budget typically includes a cost of living adjustment. Now, the district has agreed to salary increases, and we are, of course, thankful. But there is a huge discrepancy between a nearly 45% increase in total COLA dollars and limiting the teachers to just over 30% of those same benefits. The current decisions to release staff with pink slips does not impact the reality the district received 8.22% COLA increase in funding for over 72% of the budget for this year. Cutting the budget preemptively is for the next fiscal year, and which is in reality still unknown. There are other revenues for 20% of the monies, which means over $17 million that are outside of any salary proposal. The millions in new money brought in this year can be prioritized. Given that the teacher salaries remain far below the pace of inflation, any salary improvement actually doesn't get us back to even. This is why the district's position on salary is infuriating. We are asked to do more on less. When new cabinet members were hired, a 9 to 11% salary increase on top of the increase negotiated by ACTA occurred. This Me Too clause meant that the new top administrator saw a jump of 19 to 21% when no one else was considered. It is antagonizing that the clause works in one direction but not the other. Fair pay is an investment in the future and vital to maintain educational quality for all students. Thank you.
Mr. Critchfield, the second interim budget revisions.
Thank you, Mrs. Burns. So I just want to point out, we have, I'm going to pull up the attachment. So item number 2, 15.2, second interim budget revisions. So as a review, again, you'll notice the lag time sometimes with CDE that we turned in first interim back in December, and we just found out just a week or two ago that was approved by CDE while we were simultaneously already working on second interim. So as a review of what second interim entails, this is a requirement by California Education Code that 2 times a year we bring the budget back to the board. What happens is this becomes a mixture of actual expenditures with projected budget for the rest of the year. So the second interim budget it reflects all expenditures for the district from July 1st of 2023 through January 31st. So 7 of our 12 months of the fiscal year are reflected as actual expenditures. And then the budget is projected for February 1st all the way till June 30th. And so like all interim reports, we have to make adjustments based on having more accurate information as we move throughout the year. And so this attachment shows you the comparison from first to second interim when it comes to our revenues and expenditures. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, we'll just go down the line. Ms. Patterson?
No questions.
Mr. Crow?
Not at this time.
No. Mr. Marzano, did you have any questions?
Is this revision, include projected pink slips, cuts, things like that? Does it reflect that?
So these second interim revisions are for this fiscal year. All of the pink slips that are on the agenda tonight would not take effect until next fiscal year.
Okay.
Now, having said that, the next item, second interim budget, you're also approving a multi-year projection, which includes this year and the next 2 years. So the next item would include the proposal that we've put forward for the layoffs.
I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
No questions.
I don't have any questions at this time, Jared.
Okay.
Do you need approval for this one and?
I do. So for this one, and then I have more to discuss when we get to the next item.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll go ahead and move to approve discussion action item 15.2, the second interim budget revisions.
And a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, the advisory vote first. Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Mr. Crow?
I think I'd rather wait until we have our other discussions before I vote. So right now I say no.
I'm sorry, can I get clarification on what you're requesting, Mr. Crow?
I would rather have our other discussions that we have for 15.2, 15.7, 8, and 9 before so that it's all considered. And I'm not saying that to get a reaction from the audience. I'm saying that I think that what I don't want to get is have discussions get lost in the process. I think that I would prefer that we would have went on the other items and then had this as a discussion.
Oh,
Procedurally, is it supposed to be like that, or?
This is just what things
I
we
didn't
have
ask
to
that,
change.
Mr. Whitaker. Procedurally, is this supposed to be set up in this manner?
So budget revisions this item is for this fiscal year only. This does not reflect anything
I
beyond
mean,
this
in the
fiscal
A
year.
and B side.
So we asked the board to approve budget revisions, and then we asked the board to approve the second interim budget. Now, if the board wishes to look at the items regarding layoffs before that is up to the board. But as far as the order of the budget items, we need the board to approve budget revisions for the current year before the board certifies the second interim budget.
And is this the item where, whether the board votes it up or down, it goes through regardless?
Well, this item would be budget revisions that the board needs to approve. The next item is certification.
And if we certify it, if we don't vote on that one, or if it's a non-passed, doesn't it go through as certified anyways?
So my understanding is, that's never happened, but my understanding is I would still send the financial information to the state and say the board did not approve a certification, and it would be up to the state to determine our certification.
Can I motion to table the approval to after 15.9?
so
I'll second that.
I have no problem with that, but 7, 8, and 9 are for the next fiscal.
I understand that, but
There's a motion on the floor. with
Yeah,
a
there is a
second.
motion on the floor with a second that we're voting on right now.
I had a clarifying comment. Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion to hear all 5 items before there are any motions for vote.
Can I make I want to clarify, I do understand that this is for this year, those other discussion items are for next year, but I just think it's important that these are all basically in the same discussion, and we don't lose the focus on these other items after we approve this. So that's, I just wanted to say that as a clarification.
Well, I think that them being their separate items
No,
keeps them in focus.
I understand that, but
Okay. So
Real quick,
your
Julie-
motion stands?
Julia, procedurally though, we already have a motion and a second on the
Yeah.
floor for
I'm
15.2.
trying to get a vote.
So I believe we need to vote through that first on 15.2. And then we would have to go
Okay.
back to Mr. Crow's
So we have
new
to
motion.
complete the vote on 15.2 that was already moved and seconded and in process. And then we will vote on the second motion that Mr. Crow just made and that was seconded. Does that clear as mud?
Can you make 2 motions? Or
We
was
shouldn't have
that
allowed a second
clarification?
motion until the first one was completed.
I'll
but
withdraw that motion if I can.
momentarily, I appreciate that, thank you. So continuing the vote for 15.2, I will back up and ask Ms. Parker what her vote is.
Then I'll go no.
Mr. Marzano?
To the motion that I seconded, correct?
It was the motion prior
Yes.
to approve
That I
item
seconded.
15.2.
The motion that I seconded, I will vote yes.
Thank you. Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
So this is, I am also a yes. In light of the proposed motion that was withdrawn, I will at this time ask for a motion to immediately discuss 15.3, 7, 8, 9 as proposed. So can I get that motion that Mr. Crow made, and we will we did do the vote, but we're gonna now hear the remaining items as proposed. Does that sound agreeable?
I don't think you can do that, though.
We are moving to 15.3, 7, 8, 9.
Okay?
Is that what you wanted?
That, yes.
Okay,
Help
that's
to
what I
have
thought.
an attorney here.
I thought that, I think, isn't that just kind of the natural?
15-2.
Yeah, we just had already started to approve 15.2, so it got approved. So now we're
Trustees, if I
going
may,
to-
good evening.
Yes, you may.
So you've already taken action on 15.2?
Yes.
There was an action, or there was a motion and a second regarding a move of items. At this point, what you can do is reintroduce that motion to bring 15.7, 15.8, and 15.9 forward first, and then return back to your order of your agenda. Okay?
That is correct, but it's gonna be 3, 7, 8, 9.
Whatever the direction it is, but you should, if that's what you want to do, you should do that now. Otherwise, you'll have to go back to the order of your agenda that you have.
But I think what Shane is asking is to go straight to 7 and then come back to 3.
Is that correct? Shane? You wanna go talk about next
hold
fiscal
on a
year and
sec.
then come back to 15.3?
No, I move that we go directly to 7, 8, 9.
So you wanna skip the 3-year budget projection?
Yes.
Okay. So the motion is 15, 7, 8, 9, followed by 15.3, and then the remaining items in order. Can I get a,
Second.
thank you? And the roll call vote, Ms. Patterson for the advisory vote?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Crowe.
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm a no, but whatever. Okay, 15.7. We have resolution 23-24, /24-12, intention to terminate certificated employees due to a reduction of particular kinds of services. Dr. Palazuelos.
Good evening, trustees. On this particular resolution, 2023, 2024.
Excuse me, Dr. Palazuelos, we have 3 public comments.
Oh, you got it.
Dylan Jarman, followed by Cody Gold, and then Diane Bennett.
Good evening, Board. My name is Dylan Jarman. I teach 8th grade social studies at Ione Junior High. I also advise a guitar club where I try to teach kids CCR songs, and I run a video game club where every member, regardless of race, gender, ability level, orientation, or academic background, has a truly equal opportunity to lose to me in Mario Kart 64. I'm here tonight to offer a social studies perspective on a persistent and evolving issue at Ione Junior High that I fear is likely to become a district-wide crisis, and that is in regards to staffing. When this school year began, Ione Junior High had yet to fill 6 empty teaching positions. Day 1 of school, 6 open spots. As it currently stands, 1 of those positions has simply been dissolved, offering students fewer electives and enrichment, and 5 vacancies remain. Yes, in March, there are 5 positions that are open at Ione Junior High. While these jobs spanning special education to advanced placement English and language arts have been done by a few truly heroic intervention and long-term substitute teachers, they, and I'm sure everyone here tonight would agree, that our students deserve qualified, credentialed, trained, full-time teachers. As I understand, other sites are likewise affected, especially when you consider that this current substitutes as full-time teachers solution makes it extremely difficult for all schools to find substitutes when need arises. When subs cannot be found, other teachers are asked to fill holes in the schedule during their prep time. To date, teachers at Ione Junior High alone have lost over 225 prep hours filling in when subs cannot be found. Paying teachers to give up their prep costs extra money. Teachers who lose their prep are not able to adequately plan, provide feedback, or keep in contact with families, and many teachers feel totally burned out by the work that piles up. risking losing even more credentialed staff, several of whom have confided in me that they are actively currently looking for positions in nearby districts. As someone who teaches the Industrial Revolution every year, Ms. Patterson knows that, the solution seems obvious to me, and that is Fordism. Henry Ford, one of the most successful business people in American history, shocked the world when he announced that he would pay his employees more than 2 times that of his competitors. He argued, and was obviously ultimately correct, that competitive compensation for employees presented him with more and better applicants, helped him retain the most talented staff, and motivated current employees to go above and beyond. Amador County teachers are not asking for more than a 2 times current salary. We're simply asking for a 5.5% increase, far less than the cost of living adjustment granted the district this year, but hopefully enough to stay competitive in the region. Our staffing problems are an economic issue.
I'm sorry, your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you. In the last year, $144,000 on a consolidated principal for a school that doesn't exist and won't for the foreseeable future, whose job description never passed board approval and has never been revisited since. $125,000 on a consolidated AD, same story, no approved job description, has yet to be revisited. Roughly $54,000 this year on an assistant to that consolidated AD. $18,000 per year, changing the CTE coordinator position to a director position. Multiple instances of movement of personnel in positions with higher pay scales being moved to lesser paid positions, but allegedly retaining their higher salary schedules. Also, I would like to point out that last meetings, Ms. Burns was correct in announcing that our current superintendent of educational services did in fact appear on the July 26th agenda under personnel recommendations with an effective date of July 24th, 2023. This was the same meeting at which Mr. Sean Snyder, July 24th was 2 days before the meeting. Mr. Sean Snyder was listed on the agenda and recorded in the minutes as presenting to the board under the title Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. But the reason Ms. Demi Wright was not able to find it originally was because she started her search from the time of Mr. Snyder's resignation was announced, effective August 30th of 2023. So this means there was an overlap where we were paying 2 assistant superintendents of educational services. Where did those salaries come from, and under what authorization was made for 2 people to hold the same position at the same time? It's this type of stuff that has the community gravely concerned as to why we are cutting teachers' positions and district employees that directly have contact with our students on a daily basis, making their learning environment better and more productive. My 2nd grader receives intervention in reading, and I am so thankful that he does. It has made a huge difference for him. It pains me to see intervention teachers and aides on these resolutions, knowing that our organizational structure continues to become more and more top-heavy with administrators. Did you know that California Ed Code stipulates that a unified school district must employ at least 12.5 teachers for every administrator, and that there are huge fines if they don't comply with this ratio? I'm not sure what our current ratio is, but I know it feels like we're getting dang close. I would ask the board that you ask staff for alternatives to these cuts, making sure to exhaust all other possibilities before we start cutting from the bottom up. Let's look at the top down first. Thank you.
Good evening again. Once again, Diane Bennett, private citizen, public matter. I too am concerned about some of these, and one of these that Cody just brought to the attention is once again the consolidated AD position, which is paid for under the administrative salary schedule, but does not have a administrative credential, which brings me back to what I was saying earlier. My understanding for the superintendent too is that if she was to apply today for the job, she would not be qualified because she does not have the California teaching credential. So that brings my next question, which is, can the concerned citizens or parents, or maybe even the people being let go tonight by someone that is potentially no longer qualified for the job, possibly cause litigation? I don't know these answers. That's why I'm here asking you as the board. You as the board are the employers of said superintendent who is making some of these choices, who is arbitrarily moving her chessboard and putting the people where she wants them within the district. So your due diligence is to watch out for all of us and watch out for the kids in this district and to watch out for how our money is being spent. I know that there are people in this room that are actually qualified to be superintendent, that have the single subject credential, such as Mr. Critchfield, who has the administrative credential, such as Mr. Critchfield, and most of the principals that are in this district. So I don't know if I'm the only one that thinks that there is a movement of our longtime people. I may not have been a fan of Mr. Snyder nor Mr. Vicari, but that was my personal opinion. But they had put many years into this district. They are currently seeing, the citizens are currently seeing other people who are in this district that have put years into our children being willy-nilly moved around in the district. Is it to get them to leave? We don't know. We are asking you to please do your due diligence. Don't just pass resolutions. Ask, is there something hidden within this resolution? Will it have more ramifications? Why are people getting interim and not interim and then back to interim? Are we changing salaries again? We don't know. Quit with all the top heaviness. I know other districts are getting fined by the state right now for what Cody was just saying, that ratio. Check it out. Please do your diligence.
Dr. Palazuelos?
Good evening, trustees. I'm addressing resolution number ACUSD 2023-2024-12. This is a resolution of intention to terminate certificated employees due to a reduction of particular kinds of services. The services that are identified on the resolution are an English teacher, 1.5 FTE, an intervention teacher of 1.0 FTE, and a social science teacher of 2.0 FTE. These were all of these positions are positions that were reviewed in the entire context of our organization and district, and these are the recommendations for reductions of the particular kinds of services for the 24-25 school year.
Okay, we're gonna ask questions. Ms. Patterson?
No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Crow?
So these positions, how many people does this involve? Is it 4?
So it'll actually impact, you have 2 with social science teacher, you have a 3rd with the intervention teacher, you have a 4th with the English teacher, and the 0.5 essentially is an individual that will be impacted as well, so a total of 5.
And are these are not performance?
No, in no way, shape, or form, but these are about performance. It's strictly about in our case, the particular kinds of services they offer and looking at our funding going forward.
And then these positions that the people are being notified, do they have the option of coming back to fill other positions?
Yes, one of the things that we'll be doing, and that's actually part of the next item, is the tiebreaker criteria. Number one, anyone that is part of this affected group, if they have other credentials, other authorizations, and based on seniority, they would have the ability to be able to come back in a different position. And then if there's someone that has the same hire date, we have a criteria that we have developed, which is part of the next agenda item, so that we can break that tie and make sure that we get, we follow our contract with respect to seniority and authorizations.
And you might have already said this, I'm sorry if you did. These positions were funded through COVID money, is that correct?
Based on the funding that we had, the limited funding that we had in these particular areas, as well as looking at our staffing in general, is where these recommendations are coming from.
That's all I had, thank you.
Mrs. Parker?
Yeah, I have some comments. So, and this might be kind of lengthy, so bear with me, please. I have been fielding messages, emails, phone calls from members of the community as well as staff members regarding the proposed cuts. I know that we are in some rough territory monetarily as a nation, and especially as a state, with our state budget coming in at around $73 billion deficit. But it is my job as a board member to do the best I can to make decisions that are financially sound and more importantly, in the best interests of our students. I am unsure that the proposed cuts do that, and I have some concerns. First off is that if I was looking correctly, we currently have 11 directors making an average of over 100K per year across 7 departments, not including cabinet level positions in some of those departments. The board was also just recently asked to change the title of the CTE coordinator position to a director position and increase the salary schedule by around $17,000, just before we were told cuts were going to have to be made. If I had known we were being cutting integral positions within our district, my vote probably would not have been the same. While I do agree with and understand the need to have competitive salary schedules for admin and management, it is of equal, if not more importance, to have fully staffed classrooms with high-quality employees that are tasked with working hands-on with our students every day. I have been there. Perhaps it is time we look at the amount of spending on the admin side of our district and begin to make some cuts there. My next point is intervention. We are planning to cut an intervention teacher and an intervention instructional aide. At the January board meeting, we saw our school report cards, and if I recall correctly, 17% of students at Argonaut are able to pass a math test, meaning that 83% of that campus is unable to pass a grade level math test, and only 55% in ELA. To break that down, at the time of testing, there were 536 students enrolled, meaning that out of 536 students, 91 kids can pass a math test and 445 cannot. Our other high school did not fare much better. I also took a look at junior high and elementary numbers, and our lowest performing junior high school is at 33% school-wide ability to pass an English test, 20% to pass a math test, and the other is truly not any better. Iona Elementary School has a math grade level pass rate of 21% and 27% in ELA, and most of our other elementary schools are not performing significantly better. Regardless of reasons of why our schools are performing so low, would that not be an indicator that the need for intervention services is at an all-time high? The list goes on, but it is concerning to me that we are paying an exorbitant amount of money in director positions, consolidated staff for a consolidation that may or may not happen, admin salaries, while cutting boots on the ground positions. And I understand that sometimes cuts must be made. We have to live in reality when it comes to budgeting within our district in uncertain economic times. However, these cuts, especially with the amount of money that has been spent on plans, have not only terrible optics, however, they have some pretty dire consequences in the form of campus culture and morale and continued loss of invaluable employees. And that's it.
Mr. Marzano, did you have questions or comments?
I'm sorry, what was that? Was that for, oh, sorry, I thought you were talking to me.
Yes.
I'm trying to remember if you can help me or Mr. Critchfield can help me. Back in June 8th, the budget was increased over $2 million. Was that correct? Of ongoing money?
From the prior year?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and verify those numbers, but yeah, the budget was increased.
Right. I understand I'm hitting you blindside. I apologize for that. I'm trying to think of, I strongly feel the same as Ms. Parker, that we need to find other ways to make it work or manage our budget. I hate pointing fingers because 3 other fingers are pointing at me, and I'll take that. The budget has been mismanaged, my opinion, until I've been proved otherwise. And I feel that that is that way because of we're having to do this, a parent of a students and family members in the district, intervention teachers, holy smokes, highly needed. And I don't want to jump agenda items, but I feel similarly to the other agenda item as well. Like, what are we doing? Cuts at the bottom, in my opinion, should not be made for this particular instance. We've been in this situation years back. The circumstances were different. But that's why I feel the way I do now. I feel that there's other places that we can make this work, and the top is also what I feel.
So I can speak to that. This has been 3 years in the making. It was referenced earlier tonight. We were given over the last 3 years millions of dollars in COVID relief funds that were one-time in nature. They were not ongoing funds.
Right.
And for the first time in my time in this position, we were told that we had to spend a certain amount of that money on salaries. Prior to COVID, when districts were awarded one-time funds, the general rule of thumb was do not spend one-time money on salaries, but spend it on other things. And so this is something that has been 3 years in the making, where we had a false sense of how much money we actually had coming in because we had these one-time monies that came in, and there were multiple rounds of ESSER funds. And then after that, there was learning recovery funds that came in, and so on. And so positions were funded based on one-time monies that were coming in that are now exhausted or soon to be exhausted.
I appreciate you saying that, because I know I've always said that. And I use the first board member I ever met was in Vallejo when they were going through their issue. I mean, I say it all the time. He's like, young man, if there's anything I could teach you, don't spend one-time money on people. So I get it, and I understand that. But then also I think, well, was there ongoing money that came in? One-time money is not the only kind of money that came in. Isn't there ongoing money that came in? Of course there was. Well, what did we do?
Correct. So many of the positions that were added are now being paid for out of ongoing monies. So we added a lot with one-time monies, and then some of those positions shifted to ongoing monies because we recognize their importance. But at some point, we added too much based on that revenue was one-time in nature. So there are still positions that were created post-COVID that will exist in the district moving forward, if that's what you're asking.
I sitting in this seat, and fiscal responsibility is our job, and the budget has been mismanaged, or monies have been mismanaged. I feel that way because of where we're at now for this circumstance. And I feel that this is going to be a direct hit to the kids, and I can't sleep at night with that.
So I just want to speak to the fact that since we've changed the order of this meeting, I have not been able to speak to the second interim budget. And in January, the governor projected a $58 billion deficit in the state budget for next year. A couple weeks ago, the Legislative Analyst's Office disagreed with the governor's projection and said it was too low, and they're projecting a $73 billion budget deficit. So this also has to do with the fact that we have one-time monies drying up and the potential landscape of a state budget that could see severe cuts moving forward. So that's a reality that we're all going to be facing come July. And the news has not been getting better as the weeks go on since January, when the governor announced his $58 billion deficit.
Was that ever projected prior to the time that you heard it? Like, I know when you explain stuff to us, to me, I can't say us, to me, I hear you say things that make me understand that you're you think ahead. And that's how you talk about these financial courses and people, and you do, and you're educating yourself on how to do your job. Did you not project those things that the state's just saying? Did we not put money aside? Are we?
This is exactly why we're in the situation we're in. This started in November. And you can ask our labor partners. When we added positions, I was making statements 3 years ago with our labor partners that we are adding positions that we will eventually have to lay off because we are adding them with one-time monies. So again, that is something where when you get enough one-time monies to keep positions around for 3 years, they feel pretty permanent to people, and I understand that.
Yeah.
But again, that's because there ended up being more than one round of COVID funds that came in. And so we were able to keep that ball rolling with those. So you might refer to that as mismanagement of money. I would refer to that as we're managing our one-time monies, and now those one-time monies are dried up.
Mr. Critchfield, I feel that you would wholeheartedly believe me that I respect you.
Absolutely.
With that being said, sir, I feel that the top and all the hirings and the situations that have happened and the oopses and the possibilities of this and what's happening there, we screwed up, and we got to figure out a different way.
So we have administrator vacancies. So what's not reflected in this document is we have administrator vacancies, and there will be movement of administrators this year, so we will have fewer administrators next year than we do now. But because those positions are vacant, the board is not put in a position to lay any individuals off, but there will be certain administrative positions that won't be filled next year.
Mr. Whitaker?
First of all, I'd like to make a motion to extend the time, seeing as we've gone over. I'd like to add, say, an hour, just so we have
can
enough
start
time.
there, yeah. I'll second. And the advisory vote, Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Crowe?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Thank you, Mr. Whitaker.
Okay. I hate to see positions be eliminated also. However, I know there's staffing ratios and contract amounts where we have teachers at the high school level are contracted up to 180 students, and my understanding, we have some that are like at 110. Am I correct on that? And so, we're paying a full-time wage for somebody who may not be teaching the full amount. Granted, you're going to have fluctuations. I heard comments about the CTE going from a coordinator to a director. Want to put some clarification on that. That is being paid for by specific funds. That is not coming out of the general fund. And that is also a position that if the CTE funds dry up, that position would go away also. Am I correct in that?
That is correct. Those are specific funds to career technical education that the director is paid out of.
Yeah, so
And like you said, if that program gets cut by the state, then that position would go away.
And being a person who has been in the CTE field, CTE hasn't been funded well in the past, and now it has. Another example of specific funds would be a program that I know Kelly Hunkins started a few years ago, the adult ed program. That's funded by specific funds, and if those funds go away, we'd have to lay off people there, and that's not a general fund type thing. So there's certain things that, although I agree with things, that it's terrible to lose these things. Hopefully, it was talked about by Dr. Palenzuelos that one of the next items is a way to determine who the person should be. These are just the positions. If the position's eliminated, then there's a person then associated with that position. Then we're going to look at, okay, who's the less senior person? Granted, we have administrators that are in a different ballpark. But looking at things, I think it's a good, safe things, and this is by no means a huge number of cuts. Although any cut is a bad cut, it is not like some of these other districts that are having to chop $12, $15 million out of their budget, and they have to cut those people out through there, and that's a whole lot of other people. So.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. I am going to withhold my questions at this time. I want to see the 3-year budget projection before I ask any questions. Can we get a motion to vote on 15-7, the resolution number 12, intention to terminate certificated employees due to a reduction of particular kinds of services?
I move that we adopt resolution 2324-12, intention to terminate certificate employees due to a reduction of particular kinds of services.
I will second. Roll call vote. Advisory vote. Ms. Patterson?
I'm going to say no.
Thank you. Mr. Crow?
I didn't expect this as part of the running for school board. I have a question. If it's no, if the vote is majority of no, what does that do as far as a response from the district?
It adds expenses back into the budget for next year to pay for all of those salaries for 4.5 positions.
I'm gonna say no.
Mrs. Parker?
No.
Mr. Marzano?
No.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. So that motion does not pass. 3-2. Moving on to 15-8, Resolution 13, Determination of Tie-Breaking Criteria. Dr. Palazuelos?
So this resolution is ACUSD 2023-2024-13. It's a determination of tie-breaking criteria. It's in order to implement the reduction in force for the 24-25 school year. It may be necessary for the district to use tie-breaking criteria to determine if employees have the same seniority date who will be affected by any reduction in force. So the recommendation was for adoption. Based on your last action here, there's no requirement for you to adopt this. However, there's no cost to adopting this should we want to use it in the future.
So is it fair to, would it behoove us to make a motion to just like ixnay the thing? Or table it until it could possibly be needed?
Those are your options. You do have that option as board.
My thoughts are it'd be good to have as a set of criteria to use, no matter when it is used.
Just one thing for the trustees, any future particular kinds of services would also contain a resolution for tie-breaking criteria. So even if this is something the board were to approve right now, any future particular kinds of services coming back to the board as part of a March 15th notice would also have a new tie-breaking criteria. It's under code, we have to do that, so.
Tabling, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so each time this came up, if it was yearly, we would do the same.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Tabling it would, in a sense, be the same thing as, similar to approving it, right?
You would not be approving. If you moved to table it, it wouldn't.
No, I'm aware of that, but those two actions would be one and the same, or no? So let's pretend we tabled this, and because I asked you, if we table it, can it still be used if needed, and you said yes.
If you were to take action on it, we would be able to use it. However, because there's no accompanying particular kinds of services, it's moot at this point. So
And
if,
if you were
So
to
then just
bring
leave it as
something-
that.
Yeah. So if you were to bring something, just to clarify, you bring something back, another resolution, with reduction in particular kinds of services, you're always going to bring this tie-breaking criteria with those particular resolutions. So if we don't pass this or make a motion on this now, it doesn't really matter in the future.
if we're doing a certificate of particular kinds of services, we would have an accompanying tie-breaking criteria that would be with it. So the board can make a determination to just not take action on this one and move on to your next item, if that's what you please.
So I have a question. Did you have a question, Jim? Oh. we haven't had layoffs for several years, and you're new, Dr. Palace-Willis, so I'll probably direct this to Mr. Critchfield. But you did mention the March 15 date. What is the significance of that and the fact that we haven't had any layoffs for several years in a row?
Under the Education Code, a school district is only permitted to provide a notice of a reduction in force before March 15th. Our next meeting is after March 15th, so your action tonight to not approve the PKS or particular kinds of services means that we would not be able to deliver notices of a March 15th notice of a reduction in there. So every year, the calendar resets for us. March 15th is the only time that we have the ability.
Was, how the hell do I say this? Was this thought of as if we were just gonna ride straight through and not thinking that we were gonna do this? I don't even know if I said that right.
No, and I can tackle that one, and also Deputy Superintendent Critchfield could as well. As your staff, we've got to put together what are the best recommendations for us to maintain the fiscal solvency of this organization. With the looming significant budget cuts that are before us as an organization, we had to put forward a recommendation that, based on all of the experience and the knowledge in our team, could put us in a place where by making these reductions, we'll be able to meet our financial obligations going forward. And so in no way, shape, or form was this about putting something forward that was gonna be just rubber stamp. You have to ask questions, you have to do the types of things you do as trustees, but in the end, this now forces us to have to reevaluate and think, and more importantly, our deputy superintendent and his team, how we're gonna be able to ensure that we maintain fiscal solvency. In this case, that we maintain and can pay our bills and have a solid financial footing going forward.
Would you consider it bad that you gotta go back and reevaluate?
There is no reevaluate in this, Trustee Marzano. March 15th is coming quickly, and by the trustees as a group not approving this, it means that at this point, we're gonna have to go back and really largely it'll be our business division looking at how we can make sure the budget stays whole.
Moving forward, is there a possibility of putting this on an agenda before, I don't even know what today, 4 days before that deadline?
So this is common practice because we don't want to overextend ourselves with layoffs and worry more people than we need to. So the earlier we do it, the less information we have. So if you did layoffs in January or February and you may not have the full scope, then we would err on the side of doing even more layoffs because we wouldn't know the full landscape. So this has been our common practice in the district at the beginning of March to make these recommendations.
Does the March 15th deadline also apply to like managerial or admin staff? Is that also the case?
March 15th applies to classified, permanent classified, certificated, and then for those managers that are probationary, there is a March 15th requirement as well for managers that are certificated probationary.
Can someone walk us through the lack of layoffs the last few years?
I can. So in March of 2020, when the pandemic hit and schools were closed down, we were given the opportunity to then lay off employees because they were projecting a negative 10% COLA at that time. We laid off, the board approved the action to lay off a multitude of employees here in the district. Then, when the budget was enacted, they reduced the negative 10% COLA to zero, so there was a 0% COLA, and then they added one-time federal stimulus money that came in. With that, we were required to rescind all layoffs, which is what we did. So no one actually got laid off at that time. Since then, since that time, the cabinet team has not put forward any recommendations for particular kinds of service layoffs. I want to be clear on that because every year we deal with what's called non-reelection of employees. So that is different than laying off. When we non-reelect someone, we are still replacing that individual the following year. when we're doing particular kinds of service layoffs, what we're saying is that position is no longer needed, and so there will not be a person in that position the following year. So the last time the district actually executed layoffs that was board approved and then followed through on goes all the way back to the 2018-19 school year as we were digging out of our financial hole.
So, Jared, do we need the same exact number of English teachers every year?
No, this is based on number of students, especially at the secondary level, and we have, as Mr. Whitaker mentioned, we have contract maximums, and so we have to stay inside of those constraints. But like he said, we have teachers, single subject teachers that only have 110 or 120 contacts when they could have up to 180 student contacts.
Do you feel that that situation back then is the same or similar to now? Because I mean, I remember, yeah, I remember people having different opinions.
So in 2018-19, I will wholeheartedly say that was district inflicted, and we were fixing our own problems. I've said it before.
I know.
And that was painful and people didn't like it, right? This is a different scenario. This is dealing with one-time monies that are going away and a state budget that is looking worse and worse by the day.
So in a sense, being today's, I think the 11th, right? No?
It was the 6th.
Oh, my bad. I don't know where I'm at. So the 6th, you saying March 15th, yeah? I mean, technically, we have that many days left to figure it out before we report.
We don't have another board meeting where the board would take action.
Could we call a meeting?
Yeah, you can call a meeting. Hey, yo, we figured something out, whether it's the top or whatever.
If I could interject here too, we're coming up on a spring break, and one thing no teacher wants to get besides a notice that they're not going to have a job, you don't want to get that during vacation. That's one reason why they kind of boosted it to this time, because you have to legally serve notice to people either by certified mail or personal handing it to them. And so if you have a teacher that goes on a cruise to the Caribbean, it's kind of hard to serve them.
Yeah, I don't have the reference right now either. I was just confirming with Dr. Palazuelos there. You cannot do layoffs at a special board meeting. I mean, there's good reason for that, because you could have an administration that, you know, you only need a 24-hour notice for a special board meeting. You could sneak a special board meeting in at 9 a.m. and do layoffs. So that's not allowed. It has to be at a regularly scheduled board meeting.
That's if the back to the drawing board consisted of layoffs. You can't do that. Did I say that right?
The board cannot take action on layoffs
Right.
at a special board meeting.
I mean, I feel that there could be other ways to find money. And then we would be able to have a special board.
And we have exhausted all those other ways. That's why there are not near as many positions.
Trustees, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to remind you, you do have this particular item, Resolution ACUSD 2023-2024-13, determination of tie-breaking criteria right now on the floor.
Yep.
You need to make a determination what you're doing with it. And I would say that if you have any other discussion regarding this, you probably should wait till you get to the next item, which is a reduction of classified school services, which would be conversation that would be pertinent to that item. And I'm just providing reminders for you. That's it.
Thank you,
Okay.
thank you. Is there a motion for 15-8?
I move we table it.
I'll second.
Okay, let's vote on that motion. Advisory vote, Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
And that tie-breaking criteria doesn't apply to the classified? Only certificated?
Only certificated.
I'm also a yes then. So we will table 15-8 because there are no, at this moment, layoffs that it would apply to. Moving on to 15-9, Resolution 10, reduction of classified school services. We have many public speakers. First up, we have Shirley Maraska, followed by Michael and Angie.
I was not planning on speaking tonight, but due to the circumstances, it compelled me to do so. I needed you to put a face to the name of the lead driver of special ed that you are voting on tonight to get.
to release, Brandy being the other one. I want you to be clear that we have had 5 bus driving positions open since August. Brandy, Monica, and myself have been covering every one of those positions without canceling routes as much as possible. If somebody calls in sick, we have to cancel a route. But we've been diligently doing that job. There was one more in January and yet another one in February. That's a total of 7 open bus driving jobs that we have been covering. There's no benefits, there's no vacation pay, there's no sick pay to those 7 positions that we've been covering. So we actually have been saving you money over these last months. And that's a lot. We start work sometimes at 2 in the morning, and this is really running late for me. When people call in, we're on the phone at 3 o'clock in the morning, trying to gather people up just to get our kids to school. Come rain, sleet, snow, and bad weather conditions, it doesn't stop us from going out there and making sure our buses are safe, making sure we can get our kids to school safely and home safely. We depended on you guys at the district office to keep your checks in balance. At no time did we ever consider that you were not going to fund us as we're standing in the snow trying to get kids out to school. We are very passionate about our jobs and everything that comes with it. I can't train somebody to do what I'm doing because it truly comes from the heart. I know each and every one of my kids that get on that bus. I know their first name, I know their weaknesses, I know what makes them smile, and I try to do that every day. And I have been driving every day since August. I hope you will consider voting no tonight and let Brandy and I continue our job of getting our kiddos home to school and back. Sometimes it takes a tribe to raise a child, but it takes Brandy and I to keep transportation running.
Following Michael Lynn is Regina Helmer.
Thank you for moving this item up. Hello, my name is Mike Angie Lucas, and I'm currently serving as a SEEK president. I'm here to speak on behalf of SEEK members in support of retention of the lead driver positions through transportation. We believe eliminating the lead driver positions would be detrimental to our programs, our students, and our community. It is no secret that our district struggles with transportation. Routes are canceled nearly every week because of our desperate and ongoing need for drivers. We regularly advertise drivers needed posts, and I'm happy to say we have recently increased our outward appreciation for these essential team members.
Whoop, whoop.
By moving to eliminate the 2 lead driver positions, this district and board are sending the wrong message to our community about how we value and support our crucial team members. I have worked for the Amador County Office of Education since 2015, and I work with students with extensive support needs. And part of that role is maintaining continuous communication with parents and all IEP team members. One of the services all of my students are offered is transportation. And Shirley Maraska is the face of special ed transportation. Every parent who has worked with her has nothing but positive things to say. She's the first person to establish contact with families, set routes, and ensure our programs have what we need to get our students to and from school safely. The success of all SPED programs is dependent on transportation, and Shirley is our direct contact for any and all issues. Upper secondary special education, serving students with extensive needs, go on regular trips in our community for learning, leisure, and work experience, and again, this could not be done as smoothly without Shirley. She is prompt, understanding, and flexible, going the extra mile to ensure access for all. By eliminating the 2 lead driver positions and not ensuring staff remain whole within our organization, we are showing our community how little we value our own. I understand that change is constant, and I respect that restructuring is sometimes necessary for the good of the district, but please take this opportunity to show our community how we value the people who devote their lives to our organization and do no harm to our hardworking and extremely loved and appreciated staff.
Is Regina here? Regina Helmer? Next, we have Shalom Arviso.
Good evening, Board and Cabinet. Thank you for allowing me to speak on the issue of the layoffs of the lead bus drivers. My name is Regina Helmer, and I've been with Amador County Office of Ed for it's my 12th year now, and I serve the foster and our McKinney-Vento students who are our homeless students. And with that, they are afforded different entitlements from the federal government, which comes down to California Department of Education, and it's written in Ed Code, that these two populations are entitled to school of origin and the right to transportation. And for students that are in high school, this starts all the way through high school, whether or not they have stabilized housing in that time. With that said, I would not be able to get our foster and homeless kiddos to school without Brandy and Shirley helping. They are tirelessly coordinating services. They do not skip a beat, and it is imperative that we continue to fund these positions. I write the grants, I continue managing the grants, I work on the budgeting of the grants, and I have to address transportation every time I renew the grants. And most COEs and LEAs write an MOU with their transportation department in order to serve our kids. We have not done that. We have not talked about shared costs between the LEA and the COE through the McKinney-Vento grants or the foster youth grants. And we haven't done that because Shirley and Brandy have made it work. We've formalized a referral process, but we've never had to make a shared agreement in terms of funding. Sorry, I'm a little tired here. It's imperative that we keep these two positions, not just because of it's a legal obligation of us to maintain our foster youth and McKinney-Vento students' rights and entitlements, and it's part of Ed Code, but also because these kids are at our most risk students. They are the ones that the only form of stable, I'm sorry, the only form of stability in their life is school and getting on that bus and being able to show up at school. That's consistent for them. We remove these two lead bus drivers' positions. I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss on how to get these kids to school. And the reality of that is our kids in foster care, they can lose placement. They will have to move out of county, and they will have to move one area to the next, and that means different counties. So please take in consideration our foster and homeless kids.
I'm sorry, your time's up.
Thank you.
Following Shalom is Heather Clemens, and then Brandy Norris.
I'm showing, let me introduce myself first. It's my turn, right? Yes. Okay, I'm Shalom Arviso. I'm a parent, a recipient of Shirley and Brandy's tireless efforts to get our students to school. This picture that I'm passing around is a picture of my son who's 6.5 years old, who's in special ed. His name is Kai. And I want to let you know the day that you give birth to a child with special needs, your whole life changes and their life flashes before your eyes. You wonder what things they're going to endure with bullying and the struggles of going to school and what school are they going to go to? Does Amador County really offer all that I want him to get to have for education? Because these kids can soar. He has Down syndrome, and there's no holding a child with Down syndrome back, but he has to have opportunity. And why Brandy and Miss Shirley are so important to us is because if you see in that picture, my son is walking onto the bus. His first steps were a miracle. His ability to even hold his head up was a miracle. The ability for him to walk out of the front door, to walk onto a bus independently, is something we celebrate as a family. That's why there's pictures of that. Please don't take that from our families. It is more important than you guys could realize. In the mornings when I'm getting my son ready, it can be very difficult because following instructions can be difficult. But that's fine. I take Kai with all joy. It is a blessing to have him. But what can happen in the mornings is getting dressed can be quite a challenge. It takes a lot of effort. We're tired in the morning. We're gonna be really tired tomorrow morning, but it's putting the shirt on, putting the shoes on, all the things. If my child didn't know that Miss Shirley was on that bus for him to walk up to, getting out that front door would be a whole other trial. It would be tossing him over my shoulder and walking him out the door, but instead he picks his backpack up and he walks out and he goes with big smiles to Miss Shirley. And I'm calling Brandy or Shirley weekly. They're on my speed dial here. Not to mention also, like Miss Shirley said, she does make an effort to know these kids. She knows the songs that Kai likes, so when he has a sad morning, she'll sing his Happy Birthday ABC song to him. And it does change his educational experience. And I would hope that you guys would consider with making cuts with any special ed, any transportation. This is something that I celebrate that Amador County Unified offers. So I would hope that you would consider how important this organization, this program, these individuals are to us parents, to the people that, you know, lay in bed at night praying for their kids' future, because it's not gonna be easy. But thank goodness transportation is because of Brandy and Miss Shirley. Thank you so much for listening. I appreciate you guys. I will take the picture back.
Heather Clemens, are you here? Following Heather, Brandy Norris, and then Bonnie Gale.
Good evening, everyone here. I first want to say I have never done this before, and I really don't know how much about how this works. I do, however, know that after hearing that Shirley and Brandy are at risk of losing their positions as lead transportation drivers, I felt the need to express how important these two women are to me and my family. And I'm pretty sure, after her speaking to the entire special needs community here in Amador. I cannot begin to express in the time allotted how important and how much Shirley and Brandy do daily for my daughter's secret. From the first day, Shirley has been on top of every aspect of the demands that come with transporting my autistic nonverbal baby girl. And believe me, that is not always an easy task, as my child most times communicates in ways that are very hard to deal with. By hitting her head, flinging herself around, refusing to be transported. She is also a runner and does not understand dangerous situations, and if scared or hurt, will not respond as she should. With all those things being said, as you can imagine, my family and I have much to worry about when we give her to transportation to be delivered safely to and from school. However, with Shirley and Brandy in transportation department, we have been confident and have had a lot less worry about her transportation. They have both worked tirelessly with my family and other transportation staff any time of day or night, no matter what. There have been times that I've called Shirley and she's been homesick, and I have texted her with an issue, and when she tells me she is homesick, I obviously feel bad for bothering her, first of all, and try to tell her it can wait till she's back at work, and she always replies with, "No, what's the problem?" And not once has she not helped me with whatever the issue may be. She quickly communicates with Brandy, and never has there been an issue or question not immediately addressed. Not only when she's sick, she can be on vacation, it can be her personal time with her family, day or night. She is always available and has always been so caring and dedicated to anything and everything that not only myself, but my entire family has ever needed in regards to the transportation of my special baby girl. Shirley and Brandy are an amazing team, and I can never begin to thank them for the exceptional care of my child. With that said, thank you all for listening, and have a great night.
Hello. I didn't write this part, but just listening, I just want to add one thing. First, our position is not a one-time funding position. This position has been around for as long as I've been, and I've been working here for 14 years. It wasn't added with COVID money or anything like that, and I don't know how all that works, but I just wanted to say that. Okay, my name is Brandy Norris, and I've been working as a school bus driver for the Amador County School District since 2010. In 2022, I was promoted to the role of lead driver and dispatcher, which I might say was always my goal. And along with my colleague Shirley Maraska, who has been the lead driver for special ed for 8 years. I'm speaking to you today because our positions as lead drivers are on the agenda to be eliminated. Our department is already struggling with daily route cancellations and lack of school bus drivers, and I believe this decision is detrimental to the department. The task that Shirley and I perform daily cannot be easily replaced by just anyone, and the knowledge we hold cannot be taught. It comes with experience, years of experience. Our days start as early as 2:30, as Shirley said. When drivers call in, we work from home for free, trying to plan our day before the day's even started. Shirley knows every single special needs McKinney, Vento, and foster youth family in the district, all of whom which rely on transportation coordination daily. On top of all we do, we also drive the bus every single day, trying to fill in the gaps of missing drivers. Our roles are more than just answering the phone and telling the kids what bus stop and what time to be there. I coordinate personally all of Amador County's high school sports transportation needs and plan all the field trips and recreation trips for the schools. Currently, we are outsourcing all of our sports buses to charter companies because of the lack of drivers, to the tune of upwards of $5,000 a day we're spending on charter buses. It just makes zero sense to eliminate our positions only to reword the job description and hire someone with no experience in our department to dispatch going forward. You'll be setting them up for failure and our department up for failure, all for less money. I have worked here for 14 years, dedicating my life to my job as a bus driver and growing within the company to further my career. In the meantime, I'm asking you to please take a deeper look at what our roles are as lead drivers. I am passionate about our positions with the district because I believe we make a difference for every family. I ask you to please reconsider eliminating our positions. Thank you.
Before Bonnie makes her comments, we're gonna hit the 20 minutes. So if someone wants to make a motion, we only have 2 speakers after Bonnie, so if someone wants to make a motion to allow all the speakers to speak before we proceed.
I will move to allow all the public comment to be heard.
I'll second.
Roll call vote, the advisory vote, Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Crowe?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. Bonnie? Mrs. Gale?
Good evening, board and cabinet members. This evening, I would also like to address you about the reduction in certificated school services. I am the adult transition teacher for adult students aged 18 to 22 with extensive support needs. I want to share this. Every day I rely on the experience and management from the transportation department to safely and knowledgeably bring our students to and from school. These students with significant disabilities, with seizure disorders, severe diabetes, at times behavioral issues, and students with complex medical needs. These students with extensive support needs must have drivers knowledgeable about their needs. Monday, Shirley Maraska, head dispatch for SPED Department Transportation, was notified her job was eliminated. I'm here to tell you how invaluable Shirley is. She is the backbone of special education. Without her, our students don't get to or from school. Shirley manages the constantly evolving needs of special ed students. Almost daily, she drives a bus when there is a shortage. She is always in her head on the fly, figuring out what routes. Every day I am in contact with her. And sometimes it's, hey, Bonnie, can you take this student home? That'll eliminate and free up another route. I am amazed at the job that Shirley does. I want to share that the wheels on the bus, at least in special ed, do not go around without Shirley. Consistently throughout this district, you can see signs of advertising the need for bus drivers. Currently, there are 7 open positions for them. If there is a bus driver shortage, why are bus drivers being eliminated? I respectfully request that you reconsider the elimination of the lead bus driver positions. Thank you.
Helena Rice Padilla, followed by Leanne Kelly, and that is our last public speaker. Helena, are you here? Okay, then is Leanne Kelly here? Thank you.
You have to excuse me. I'm tired. Me, like Shirley, have been driving since about 5:15 this morning, and I'm a special ed driver. I'm also a big bus driver on field trips under Brandy. I'd like to offer a different perspective. I had a different thing to come and say to you today. I ran it through my head because I didn't have time to put anything on paper, so forgive me if I stumble verbally. Anyways, with the constant comments that we are low on bus drivers, we are. And with retirements, they may come up this year, we will be lower. We get in van drivers, that's how we train them. And we get them in, and sometimes they are terrified by what we do, and they back out, and they don't want to be bus drivers, and this happens more times than not. So it is extremely difficult to become a bus driver. We go through training and we go through all these things, and it is hard. As a new bus driver, and seeing that we have 7 positions that are open, we have 5 drivers down. We have some older drivers, but most of our drivers that are coming in new are new. They're not coming in from other districts, they're not coming in from other places so much, they're new. We cannot afford to lose veteran drivers, dispatch, all the amazing things they do. We can't bring in somebody who's not trained in this position and ask them to be the backbone of new drivers. I did not come into this position as a fabulous bus driver. There were some bumps in the road, most definitely. I drive mod severe students. I drive children with medical issues. I could not do this without the faith of this woman who backs me, who has set up training so that I can take care of these children that have seizures on my bus or freak out on my bus, and I love them so. And I want every bit of everything I can to take care of them. I can't do it with a dispatcher that doesn't have a bus certificate, that doesn't know anything, coming in to fill the one position that these 2 women are filling, and it would take an army to do their job. It takes an army to do their job. I can't do it without them. I can't drive a big bus on a field trip to the Oakland Coliseum without this amazing woman here, Brandy, who has the confidence in me to drive one of those buses that I don't drive every day. I don't drive a 40-foot bus every day. But she has the confidence that I can get these field trips and I can do it, and I have. And I've become a better bus driver and a better person, quite truthfully, because of them. This department cannot run without them. It is not an if, it is a fact that they are irreplaceable. No budget, no amount of money can change that.
Dr. Palazuelos.
Thank you, trustees. This is resolution number ACUSD 2023-2024-10. This is reduction of classified school services. Due to lack of work or lack of funds, the district is forced to eliminate 9.08 full-time equivalent or 72.75 hour employees in the classified service. In order to eliminate the position held by a permanent employee, the district is required by education codes 45101, 45114, 45117, 45298, and 45308 to initiate a layoff. It does require notification of displacement and reemployment rights of the affected employees. The resolution that you have in your board packet identifies the classifications or the titles. I'll give that to you now shortly. Campus supervisor, 1.75 FTE, 14, equivalent of 14 hours. Itinerant bilingual instructional assistant, 2.06 FTE, equivalent of 16.5 hours. Intervention instructional aide, 2.81 FTE, equivalent of 22.5 hours. Instructional assistant, 0.469 FTE, equivalent of 3.75 hours. And lead bus driver, 2.0 FTE, equivalent of 16 hours. Staff is recommending approval of this reduction in the classified school services.
Okay, are there questions regarding this resolution? Starting at the end, Ms. Patterson?
No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Crow?
You, for the, for everyone here, could you explain the hours? Is that weekly? Is that?
The hours is on a daily basis.
On a daily basis, okay. And as I've asked previously, these cuts are not based upon performance, they're based upon budget constraints?
You're 100% accurate. This is not based on performance whatsoever. This is all based on lack of work or lack of funds.
And these employees, if they were let go, they would have the option of coming back to fill other positions?
With respect to the employees, depending on the individual employee, they would have, in some cases, would have return rights back to a position they formerly held. Otherwise, other individuals would go on a reemployment list and be eligible for any other open positions that are available.
Thank you.
Mrs. Parker?
Yeah, so I don't have any questions per se, but I too have a special needs son who attends preschool at Little Colts. While I am fortunate enough to take him to and from school every day, I can surely appreciate the absolute necessity it is to have truly loving, patient, and understanding people in the positions that work with students like my son. Transporting special needs students takes a really special kind of person, and these students desperately need to see consistent, trusted faces. I personally was terrified of sending my son to school, and he elopes, and he likes to chase car wheels on a bus. But hearing others speak about the job that these people are doing every day, I think I would feel confident putting my son on a bus with them. I feel that their experience and knowledge of our students with complex needs is invaluable to any new bus drivers that come to our district as well. And I think we should probably reconsider these two cuts at least.
To follow up with Mr. Crow's question, your comment regarding hours, can you explain FTE? Because in my head, they don't, well, I shouldn't say that. I'm assuming somebody works 22 hours a day.
It's a great question. So I'll take, for example, the intervention instructional aid. There's 2.81 FTE. It could actually be numerous people that are only working 0.4 or 0.7, depending on their work shift. So on a daily basis, 2.81 full-time equivalent staff are working 22.5 hours. But it's several staff in that particular case.
Okay, so that makes more sense to me. I appreciate that. Another thing I'm struggling with, verbiage in this resolution. Down here on the, I believe, second, be it further resolved that the superintendent or designee is authorized and directed to take any other actions necessary to carry out this resolution. The only reason I'm concerned about that verbiage is because of, I've brought it up before, another past resolution that I felt I was misled, had verbiage in it that I was unaware of. So that, just something worded like that really concerns me.
I can actually address that for you, Trustee Marzano. So with respect to that particular language, with this resolution, it would be restricted to this particular layoff of classified service. And we would, a matter of fact, first line of it, you can see whereas Education Code Sections 45101, all the way through that 45308, it would be the powers and, more importantly, the requirements we have under those ed codes that the superintendent would essentially, through either the superintendent or designee, directed to take any and other actions available.
Within these constraints of FTEs and hours being eliminated.
Limited to this layoff resolution, absolutely, sir.
Right. And as you stated before, these FTE and hours being eliminated consist of multiple employees.
In the case of the itinerant bilingual instructional assistants, the intervention instructional aides, we're talking about multiple employees that fill that role. The lead bus driver is 2 individuals, our instructional assistant is 1 individual, and the campus supervisor is a total of 2 individuals.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Looking at this, we've heard a lot of talk about the elimination of these positions, and what we've really heard is people are upset with what people have come out and said is the lead bus driver position, being eliminated. They'd still be able to drive buses, correct? Excuse me, I'm talking to staff. I'm not talking to the group.
Trustee Whitaker, to answer your question, we would respect the return rights of any of the employees. If someone is being, in this case, identified in the layoff and formally served in a position where they had that experience, they would have that ability to return back to that position.
Okay. Can we make a change to this resolution where we keep the lead bus drivers and therefore get rid of all the other ones? Is that a possibility?
You as the trustees have the ability to amend any resolution that comes before you. That would be, bottom line is you would have to, as part of your motion, would have to amend that particular item and direct staff to make that change, if that's your desire.
No further questions.
How many campus supervisors, sorry, it's getting very late, and we need to extend the time again. I move that we extend the time, seeing that we have other discussion items following this still remaining, another hour.
I'll second.
Roll call vote, Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Dr. Palazuelos, how many campus supervisors will we still have?
Even with this reduction, we would still have 6 campus supervisors. We'd have Amador High School, 1 at Amador High School, 1 at Argonaut High School, 1 at Ione Junior High, 1 at Jackson Junior High, 1 at Jackson Elementary, and 1 at Ione Elementary School.
And is this representing for the itinerant bilingual instructional assistant? Is that all of our bilingual instructional assistants being eliminated?
No, that is not all of our itinerant bilingual instructional assistants.
And can we keep going down the list for the, I'm assuming we're gonna still have other intervention instructional aides?
This would be all the individuals in the classified unit under the intervention instructional aid.
So we're eliminating all of those employees?
All of those particular positions, yes.
Okay. Will we have any intervention classrooms? Because I know those are certificated, right?
On the instructional side, that would be something that we would have to look at together.
So we still have intervention teachers at all of our elementary schools.
Okay. That's all of my questions. Does anybody have any follow-up questions?
To clarify, how many of these positions were funded through COVID funding?
all but the lead bus driver positions.
I just would like to say that, given my, my wife's position as a special ed teacher, I have firsthand knowledge of the impact the bus drivers have in the students, these special ed students' lives, and I would hate to be responsible for undermining that.
I find it difficult to expect any of our hourly employees to work that number of hours day in and day out. I think that relieving some of those responsibilities as possible would be a blessing. I'm surprised that we have functioned this long. Has it been year after year after year that those positions work that many hours? Or is it just unique to a more severe shortage of drivers?
So lead drivers are not assigned a specific route. The intention would be that they would be mostly in the office, but given what was already been stated with our shortage in bus drivers, they are driving essentially every day routes that we don't have a driver for. So then they're asked to drive routes, and then on top of that, provide all of the dispatching and other duties that are asked of a lead driver.
I have something that's popped into my head. I know that truck drivers, they're not bus drivers, but truck drivers are limited to the number of hours that they can actually be at work and then behind the wheel. And with the amount of work that these people are putting in, are we in danger of, causing harm to our students because they're too tired? Because that's what happens with,
Do you want to propose a motion? No?
I understand that. I understand that, but when I hear about them being in the office for 8 hours and then they're driving, because I know there's driving limitations and then there's total hours of work limitations, and the ladies did answer that. So, thank you.
Trustees, do you have any more questions for me? Okay, thank you for your time.
Can I make a motion to vote no on this resolution?
You can move for a vote and then vote no.
I'll move to not approve this resolution.
Okay.
Mr. Marzano?
If you will please phrase it the normal way that you move to approve and then vote no, it'll be less confusing because
Yeah, but I don't even want to do that.
then you'll have, the way you word it, you'll have to vote yes.
So then
Does that make sense?
Mr. Marzano?
Hold on. I pull back on what I said. Go ahead.
Can you just move to have a vote on the resolution?
Sure. What does a yes vote mean? That you approve? And a no vote means that you don't, correct?
I would would assume that's how that works, yeah.
All right,
I would like to offer an amendment to the motion, and that is that we approve the motion with the direction of giving staff direction not to terminate the lead bus drivers. So basically, we're approving all the other ones that are COVID-related, and we keep the bus drivers.
is there a second? If there is no second, the motion dies, and I still need a motion.
So as I said, I'm going to move to hold a vote on item 15.9, resolution 10.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. Advisory vote, Ms. Patterson?
No.
Mr. Crow?
It's not clear to me what no is and what yes is.
I agree. You can abstain.
Abstain.
Mrs. Parker?
My vote is for no to not pass the resolution 15.9, to not eliminate the position, and I hope that's clear.
Mr. Marzano?
My vote is no, and it is to not approve Agenda 15-9.
Mr. Whitaker?
I'm still weighing this. I mean, I thought I had a good compromise, but I'm going to vote, can I abstain? I abstain.
I'm also going to abstain, and I'm going to move that we approve item 15.9. Is there a second on that clear
I'll second.
motion? Thank you, Mr. Crow. The advisory vote, Ms. Patterson?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Crow?
No.
Thank you. Mrs. Parker?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Marzano? Thank you. I don't think, did you guys hear that? Mr. Whitaker?
No.
Thank you. So now you have your no vote. Okay, we have some items to return to. We have, we're returning to 15.1. Mr. Litchfield?
Can I make a point, please?
Sure.
I feel that times like this are extremely important that we have legal counsel here. I said it once before, but I'll say it again. Just,
It's probably the first meeting we haven't had legal counsel for months, but I cannot disagree with you. Okay. 15.1, approval to move board meeting on June 19th to June 18th. Mr. Critchfield.
Yes, so June 19th is now a legal holiday, and so that would be a Wednesday board meeting that we would normally have, and so the request of the staff is that we move that board meeting by one day to June 18th.
Okay, are there any questions?
No.
Okay, is there a motion to approve? That moves it from a Wednesday to a Tuesday.
I motion we approve item 15.1.
Thank you, Mr. Whitaker. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Advisory vote, Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Aye.
I'm also a yes. Now, finally, moving to 15.3, the second interim budget certification. Mr. Critchfield is asked to pull this item because he now needs to change the three-year budget projection.
So to be clear, as part of a interim budget, I'm required to demonstrate the current year and then the next 2 fiscal years. And given the board not approving the 2 resolutions for staff reductions, I will then have to go back in and make changes to next year and the following year's budget to reflect accordingly. And so I can't, in good faith, have you look at this budget tonight because it's not accurate with the action that the board took tonight.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
Which also means we'll miss our state deadline, but that's what we'll have to deal with.
What is the ramifications of that?
Well, it's up to CDE, but I will email them tomorrow and explain what happened and just say that I'll bring it back to the board on March 27th and we'll go from there.
Are we like constantly like that? The last 6 years I've been on the board, we've never been that way.
We've never been late on a budget as long as I've been in this job.
Okay.
So this will be the first time.
Okay.
What is the date that
It's due March 17th to the state.
Okay, so that item is pulled. 15.4, application for exemption from the required expenditures for classroom teacher salaries. Mr. Critchfield.
So as you know, our audit was woefully behind for the 21-22 fiscal year, and one of the audit findings had to do with the percentage of money spent on classroom teachers. This was at a time when we were spending lots and lots of money on COVID money, including masks and temperature checks and everything else that went in it. And so it took our expenditures, because we had all that one-time money coming in, away from spending the 55% requirement. We still almost met that requirement. It was 53.58%. So we recommend that the board approve this exemption, and that will be sent back to the state to help us be compliant with our 2021-22 audit.
So just to be clear, that's for the COVID year 21-22, where were we still hybrid?
Yes.
We started that year hybrid, yeah.
Okay. Are there any questions? We'll start at the far end. Ms. Patterson?
No questions.
Mr. Crow?
No questions.
Mrs. Parker?
No.
Mr. Marzano?
A bunch of things fired in my head when you just made this explanation for this agenda item. Like, we didn't spend this money.
No, the percentage of the money spent on classroom instruction dipped below 55% because we were spending so much money on plexiglass, masks, all these other things that aren't, Chromebooks, all these other things that we were spending COVID money on. So it took our percentage dip just below 55%, 53.58. So this is allowable with an exemption that's approved by the board. So that's all I'm asking for tonight is the exemption.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes. I mean, no
Questions? I don't have any questions for you, Mr. Critchfield.
Are other districts doing this?
Absolutely.
I move to approve item, is it 15.4, application for exemption from the required expenditures for classroom teacher salaries?
Correct. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. Roll call, advisory vote, Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
And Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes.
Thank you.
Item 15.5, Mr. Critchfield, DGS donations.
Yes, so we have taken advantage of this for numerous years with the California Department of General Services. When other state agencies are surplusing items, if we, every so many years, we need to renew this application with the state, and then we get specific notification when items are being surplused. We have benefited greatly from this in the past. I'll highlight 2 areas over just the last couple of years. CAL FIRE at the state level moved administrative offices in downtown Sacramento, and so we were notified of that, and we actually rented, I believe it was 3 moving vans, and went down there and picked up multiple desks, office furniture, some of them brand new that were never used by CAL FIRE as they moved to their new building. And that was all of the items were free. The only expenses we had were for our employees to go down there in the moving vans and pick up the items. And then most recently, last year, we were made aware of a youth facility. It's called Chad down in Stockton that was closing. And so we were able to, through that process, get numerous items valued at thousands of dollars. And so this is just an advantage for us as a district where there are state agencies that surplus items that are still in fantastic shape, and it's been a common practice for us. So we asked the board to approve this application.
Are there any questions for Mr. Critchfield?
I don't have, it's not much a question, more of a comment. So you're telling me that we, as a school district with children that are being educated, get to go and pick up secondhand stuff from prisoners to use in our schools?
Juvenile prisoners.
So I could add a lot of commentary to that. Kayla.
I could also add lots of comments, but
I will
digress.
say
It's
this,
late.
there were numerous office chairs from one of the instances that still had the tags on them that were being surplus. They were brand new. And other items that were used, but still in fantastic shape.
Does this apply to materials that we use for, say, CTE programs, things like that?
It can. We actually got a forklift out of one of the deals. We've had shipping containers for storage, pallets of paper. I mean, there's the variety of items has been pretty extensive that we've been able to secure through surplus.
Just recently, at Argonaut High School, they got a bunch of new welders from Mule Creek that were brand new in the box, that were extra.
Yeah.
So felons get the brand new equipment to, they've already had their chance, but our kids don't.
Kelly Hunkins and I were down
Perfect.
at Chad last year and getting our hands on everything we could. It was still in really good shape.
Perfect, love it, great, thanks.
No problem.
Are there any other questions or comments? These are stellar.
I have lots of comments.
I move that we approve the resolution 15-5 for the DGS donations resolution for
Real quick,
23-24.
I don't believe it's a resolution. It's just an application for eligibility.
It says resolution.
With, yeah, I think that was
Okay,
a
the
mistake.
application then.
It is an application. Do you need approval for that?
Let's just approve it as an application for eligibility.
Okay.
That's what it is.
I
That
move
was
that
a
we
mistake
approve
in
the
the title.
application for eligibility.
Thank you.
A second.
Roll call vote, Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Yeah, it requires a vote. You have to notate it on there.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
Not as a resolution. That was a mistake on our part.
Correct. 15-6, the extended school year. Dr. Hedegaard. I'm sorry, it's so late.
No, thank you. Good evening. Nice to see everyone. So yes, I am bringing forward and requesting your approval. Extended school year, according to the California Code of Regulations, should normally be 20 school days. Amador has a historical practice because of the struggles in regards to staffing, to seek a waiver from the Department of Education to actually host ESY in 15 days and offer those days at an extended length of time to the students, so that the students actually still get the same number of minutes that they would have received over the 20, just in 15. So this evening, I am coming to you to request your approval for me to move forward with seeking the waiver for us to go from 20 to 15 days. The attachments that are included are, they are evidence that we have consulted with our negotiating partners as well as the Community Advisory Committee for our SELPA in regards to making this effort. It is a requirement for submission of the waiver that we have evidence that we have done this in collaboration with our partners, so that's why the attachments are included. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but that is what I am seeking this evening.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Dr. Hedegaard? If there are no questions, I ask for a motion to approve.
I move to approve item 15.6, the extended school year waiver.
Thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you. The advisory vote, Ms. Patterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano?
Aye.
Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. That concludes the discussion action items. We have reports. Since Dr. Gibson is not here, Mr. Critchfield, do you have a board report?
I do. Just one item I'd like to discuss, and that's our secondary administrative team for next year. We met with, cabinet members met with both high schools today. On the consent agenda, you may have noted that Mr. Wagner is moving to being a secondary vice principal. His assignment will be at Argonaut High School next year. That leaves the principal position open at Amador High School, and Mr. Mark Brewer, our consolidated principal, will fill that role next year as the principal of Amador High School. No problem.
Board report. Ms. Patterson, do you have a fun one for us tonight? I hope.
Well, since I was gone for the last 2 meetings, I was gonna wrap up my winter report, but since it is very late, and I don't know about you guys, but I do have homework, I'm gonna keep it short. But our winter sports program did go out with a bang, leaving a very historical year for the girls' basketball team. Wrestling did do very well, and ASB has been planning prom and doing a lot of, like, the next school year's elections is like what we've been really focused on for the last couple of weeks. But tennis, softball, baseball, just like all the spring sports, they've been kicking off to a good start, and everyone's doing pretty well into the preseason, and I'll just end it there. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry it's so late. You could have left.
She's going to be modest about this. I would like to point out that the Motherlode League Most Outstanding Girls Basketball Player is also our student board member sitting down there.
Thank you for ratting her out. Congratulations. Mr. Crow?
Nothing to add, but if she wants to come play morning ball, we'll be there in about 8 hours, 7 hours.
Mrs. Parker?
No, not at this time.
Mr. Marzano?
Not at this time, thank you.
Mr. Whitaker?
No report.
Actually, I just wish everybody a restful and restorative spring break. I know that those days off are very important to our staff, our teachers, and our students. So with that, we are adjourned. It is 10:52, which I think is the latest we've ever adjourned. Our next meeting is March 27th, tentatively scheduled to be held at the Amador County Administration Building here. Open session will start at 6:30 p.m. Thank you. Do you guys need a break, or shall we roll into COE? Okay.
I'll be back.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up my next agenda. I'm gonna go ahead. Okay. Okay, we're gonna call the County Office of Education meeting to order. It is 10:53. We are all in attendance, even though Mr. Marzano has stepped away. Mr. Critchfield, are there any deletions and corrections to the agenda?
There are not.
Okay, we do not have any presentations or recognitions. Do we have either of our employee organizations still in the room? I don't think so. I think they already spoke.
They did.
Okay. I have no public comment cards. Does anybody wish to make another public comment? Okay, consent agenda. Does anybody have questions regarding the consent agenda? No? Does someone want to make a motion?
I move we approve item number 8, the consent agenda.
Thank you.
A second?
Thank you. Roll call vote, Mr. Crow?
Yes.
Mrs. Parker?
Yes.
Mr. Marzano is going to, I can't abstain for him, but he's absent. Mr. Whitaker?
Yes.
And I'm also a yes. That is a 4-0 vote for the minutes. There are no communications items. For discussion action items, they are both budget related. Mr. Critchfield.
I would like to pull these items for the same reasons stated in the district meeting.
Okay. So we have no discussion action items. There is an information only item, which is the current personnel recommendations. Does anybody have questions regarding this HR recommendation? If there are no questions, Mr. Critchfield, do you have any additional report?
I do not.
Do any board members have any additional report or comments?
Nope.
No, okay. Our next meeting is also March 27th, tentatively scheduled to be held here at the Amador County Administration Building. Open session will start immediately following the ACUSD meeting, and we are adjourned. It is 10:55.